Hi, can you hear me if I talk? No, maybe not.
Running into things, I'm just kind of. Fall back. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes, I like that answer. That's the one I was hoping for. Yeah.
It's interesting because that's when you said you don't have strength related to. But yes. Yes, after Ken gave this.
Good morning, Commissioner Khalil. Can you hear me?
Don't have to sing it. Happy birthday, because today's his birthday. Okay, all right. What's that? Yeah, I bet. I never know until the meeting starts. I don't know. We'll find out. Do you mind if I walk over and ask? Not at all.
Historically, we'll have seven. It's very happy. Back it off. It just like. It just said. So. At least like take the like. Someone take it off, but it clear that's too bad. It doesn't bother. Yeah. What is it doing? So like. They did it a bunch of time. Like 1 second. It's very classic. But did it ever work? Or like what? Thank you, like just do something, like take the arms down, make it look like a compass, like do something. Why are we changing? That's why, that's my head in.
Because it doesn't work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it is right twice a day.
But it's not working.
Yeah.
Good to get your help.
Hey, man. Did you get some sleep? Yeah, I just sort of died, I have to say.
That's good. Well, not dying, but sleep.
Ready for this?
Just to keep everything man. Steps, steps from other focus.
Yeah.
Wait till you turn it on. Michelle came around and turned it on.
Oh, no.
Well, it is 8:02. Yeah, I know. It's 8:02. I don't know.
Do you want to pause?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well set up.
Yeah. Okay, cheers. That's what that is.
So, so they're awesome. Those ladies are really super cool. And then let me know what you think of the story.
Good morning, Commissioner DeFreeze. Do you want to let me know if you can hear me?
And I look forward to what's in 400 pages. I don't look forward to it.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Like, what's next?
Perfect. Thank you.
Like the time of year where they don't.
400 pages.
Sure. But yeah. Now I know it's like
You don't know.
Right, and that's what, and I would love to have some kind of, again, like, I want to focus on the name, so you kind of want
Hey,
to.
Michelle, do you know what?
So if you have any tips. Otherwise, it's-
Spellberg, I mean, as far as I know, didn't say anything different.
My mom went home last night, but I think he was planning on coming back, just in case.
Okay.
You hear from him, let us know.
And so every morning.
No, I really drive. Thank you. Oh,
What's that? Oh, no, I was contributing to the. Oh, jeez. I was trying to help. Thank you, Mark.
And I look forward to actually thinking about the story back. That, I sent to Mark, I did one of my hires.
Yeah.
Like, you say one as well?
You do not.
Okay. I sent him, I made one about the mega fibers. Yeah. No, I said only that and then I can send you the. It's a mega fibers one.
There you are.
There you go.
I was talking and then.
That sounds
Right,
great.
I said, hung up.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Oh, okay.
I was answering a call from.
I thought maybe you were gonna be late or something.
But I was, yeah.
I'm thinking, what happened to Bob? Like,
Andy.
I remember she was sick and I
She got-
thought that
she got what I had
something
last week.
going on. And I was just
And
wondering.
I tell you what, I didn't know how much she depends on me. Just, he said, I'm not getting up. You go to the dog. So I'm sorry.
You close it, did you close the place now?
I was thinking.
Richard,
Bob?
Your dog. Last.
when you get our attention.
Ready?
Barely.
So we're okay to go.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. And I just learned that we have some of our either new or young, whichever way you want to look at it, staff here, and appreciate that you actually came to sit through this when you didn't have to. That's great to have you here. Good morning, everyone here and online. Just to get started, I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call our Friday, December 13th, 2024 meeting to order. I live in Langlois on Oregon's south coast, and before I ask the rest of the commissioners and the other people to introduce themselves this morning, I'd like to take just a minute to mention yesterday's roundtable. We have a standing agenda item on climate change and species resiliency, and we're not doing that today because we had a roundtable yesterday that was sort of an end of 2024 culmination of the multiple reports and updates we've had on things related to natural working lands. On behalf of the commission, I'd like to thank ODF&W staff and especially Sarah Reif for the roundtable. It was packed, it was insightful, and it was just a remarkably productive day. Natural working lands are an important component that we're working with across the state in building resiliency in Oregon to the climate change impacts coming at us. And the roundtable was both a great conclusion to a year of related reports and efforts, but it also positions us well for going into another year of building resiliency. So thank you to Sarah and to ODF&W leadership for that roundtable. I would like to mention just one of the points that Sarah made yesterday that really stuck with me. There were a lot of them throughout the day, but one of them that really stuck was that when you overlay the connectivity maps that ODF&W created over our state map, it shows that about 94% of the connectivity lands are on ag and timber resource lands. So it's a remarkable overlap that we have, and a great thanks to Sarah and to leadership for bringing that to us. I think we'll go ahead with the rest of the introductions then, starting with you, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I am from
source
Brothers,
lands.
the Klamath
So it's a
Basin, and sometimes
remarkable
Paisley.
overlap that we have.
Morning, Mark Labhart,
Great things.
and I live in Sisters.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King. I'm in Portland at the moment.
Yeah, good morning, Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon. Boy, if you don't appreciate your wife, have her sick in the morning like she was this morning. I barely made it here. I had to do my jobs and hers. Okay. Anyway, good morning.
Thank you. And let's go to online. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm
Morning,
Dr. Kathy
Oregon.
Khalil, currently
appreciate
somewhere
your
over
wife,
the Drake Passage in Antarctica, but live and reside in Portland, Oregon.
Thank you. And Commissioner DeFries for your first meeting. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to be here. I'm Dallas Hall DeFries, and I am located in Baker City, Oregon.
Thank you. Director Colbert.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Commissioner DeFries. Debbie Colbert, Director of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. And Michelle, will you go ahead and introduce yourself as well as anything people need to know with the system?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here to provide support to the director and the commission to hold this meeting hybrid. I want to ask for people's patience online. Yesterday, we had considerable trouble with the sound in a way that we couldn't fix it because it was in bandwidth. So today we're starting off strong, not having the same issues, but I appreciate everyone's patience.
Thank you, Michelle. I just want to remind everyone that we do have an executive session. So during lunch, we will have that, commissioners. So we'll go to the director's report then.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just want to note in your packet the field reports, and just for members of the public and others, just really encourage you to check out those field reports. Just amazing stories in there. And we are going to continue to look for ways to capture that information and push it in other avenues as well. So first up, we're going to go with the extended expenditure report from Ken Loffink, our Interim Deputy Director for Administration.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Ken Loffink. I am the Acting Deputy Director overseeing administration. Special day today. You get to hear from me 3 times, once in the morning and then twice this afternoon. It's also my birthday, so happy to kick the day off on my birthday and speak to all you and be here today. And starting off with an exciting topic, which will be our financial report, and then, of course, an update on the governor's budget. So a little different this morning as compared to usual business. I'll just go over real briefly the current status of our financial report, and then I'll give you all a little bit of a deeper dive into what's in the governor's recommended budget, which came out last December. So for our financial report for the current biennium, for the month ending October, our unrestricted cash balance finished at $77.4 million, and restricted cash finished at $73.9 million, for a total of $151.3 million in custody at State Treasury. And I say this, you hear this from me every meeting about the unrestricted cash balance, but it is a little deceiving, the total number. That does include about $26 million in state insurance funds that we received for damages incurred from the 2020 fires for our facilities. So our true unrestricted cash balance right now is really closer to $52 million. I'll also note this is the time of year when we really start diving into the savings. Our revenues slow down with at the end of the year, we get less license sales. And so just preliminarily, because I'm not sure if we'll share a financial report at our January get together, our end of November numbers are closer to $67 million unrestricted cash, the $10 million drop. And that's just something that happens towards the end of the year with less revenues, and also just the intricacies of having federal contracts and not maybe getting our billings and dollars from the feds as soon as we'd like. And so we see that fluctuation. So we'll keep an eye on things. We're still looking really good for this biennium, but just wanted to note that with the unrestricted cash balance. For expenditures, we're tracking as expected. We're about 2/3, or exactly 2/3 through the biennium, and we've spent about 46.44% of our limitation. But we are entering the time of year, the last 6 months of the biennium, where we expect to see our expenditures increase as we're kind of racing towards the end of the biennium. So everything's looking good from an expenditure standpoint. And we think that our expenditures will start to more closely track with where we're at in the biennium here in the next couple months. So with that, I'll transition to, unless there's questions on the go ahead.
Thank you. So Ken, I was reading the month or the weekly report, and I need you to at least verify this or tell me it says with the 2025 products now on sale as of Sunday, December 1st, 2024 season is effectively wrapping up. Preliminary sale figures as of November 30th show a 3% increase in sport license sales over last year. The update for November recreation sales report will continue with additional details on the 24 sale. That's really good news, isn't it? I mean, that's 3% over last year.
Commissioner Laphart, yeah, thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, it is good news. We had a really good sales year, increase over last year. Not quite the same numbers we had during the COVID years, but a really good sales year and an increase in particular with fishing licenses and shellfish licenses and those product types. But yeah, revenues were up.
Okay, just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. One more question. Commissioner King, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Ken. When we talk about the budget, we always know it's a Kenneth moment. And I do appreciate what I'm looking at. I realize you've got your other PowerPoint on the screen, but you've broken out the other funding. And there are now 6 categories. I think what is important to note, and I'll let you highlight and speak to it, is what's the biggest bucket of the other funding and how big is it and what percentage is it comparatively?
Commissioner King, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So other fund is a bunch of different things. There's actually like 20 some categories that go into that. We've highlighted, I think, the top 5, like you said. By far the biggest one is hunter angler license dollars. That represents 136 million out of the 241 million other fund expenditure limitation we have in the budget. So about a little more than half, 60% is all licensed dollars. Another 10% is our commercial fisheries fund. So again, the biggest chunk of that other fund is recreational and commercial revenues from recreational commercial fees.
And so, and then to follow on with Commissioner Laphart, that's why it's such good news that those are up, or at least stable and not going down, and how essential that is to the budget, our budget.
It is, and I'll just say, like, yeah, it's part of our projections moving forward, but we, there's a while there in the early 2000s where it was a downward trajectory. Really the last like 5 years or so has been, we saw a little bump and it's kind of flattened out a little bit, and we're hoping to stay the course with that trajectory or maybe even increase it.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for starting to include that in our report.
You bet.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. So now I wanted to give an update on the governor's recommended budget. The governor's recommended budget came out December 2nd, a couple weeks ago. And so there might have seen the press conference, and there were some things in the news regarding it. And so I'll talk a little bit about what's in ODFW's budget and what is not. But first I'll start with just a little refresher. There we go. On budget timeline and where we're at and what we've gone through today. So 25-27 budget development really started in earnest a year ago in December, January 2023, or early 2024. And then we worked furiously putting our package together, doing outreach with stakeholders, and then we came to you in June for approval of our agency request budget. From there, our agency request budget was entered in the state system, delivered to DAS at the end of August 2024. And for the last several months, the governor's office, DAS, and their analysts have been working on creating the governor's recommended budget for all state agencies. Highlighted in yellow, that's where we're at today. And this is just a reminder that while important, this is just one step in a long process that will eventually get to ODFW having a 25-27 legislatively adopted budget here at the end of legislative session in June 2025. So The release of the governor's budget, a really important step for us. But also just want to note there's still a long process ahead that we'll be working with. The governor's budget is now our budget. We support it. It's our budget that we're going to be carrying forward to the legislature. So it is now our budget moving forward. And we'll be promoting that at Ways and Means and other various locations at the legislature in the upcoming session. Keep doing that. Okay. So this is just straight out of the governor's blue book for the release of the budget. It just shows the priorities for natural resources agencies. And I'll just paraphrase that, say that the governor stated that her priorities are related to funding water, forestry, wildfire, addressing climate change, and identifying opportunities to leverage federal funds where possible. And you'll see some of that sprinkled into our budget in the following slides. So let's do a little recap of how we got to the governor's recommended budget. Governor's recommended budget is displayed on the far right-hand side. Those are millions of dollars, and I also have the percentage of each fund type just for reference. As noted, we started this process about a year ago. To get to budget development, we start with what's called the current service level, which is really taking all of your base programming, your base permanently funded positions and programs, adding an inflation factor, some other adjustments that DAS makes, and that gets you to your current service level budget. Then you add in your new requests, your new initiatives, your new funding. Those are your policy option packages. And then you subtract your reductions. You do all that, and that gets you to your agency requested budget. So if you remember back in June, we talked about all the various things that were included in that, from our policy option packages to our reductions. The next step for the governor's budget is they look at, state revenue forecasts and essentially work to include their priorities and fund their priorities, and what results is the governor's recommended budget. You'll see there's not a huge amount of change in the funding, and I'll get into the specifics in the latter slides. The biggest one being general fund, and I'll talk just briefly about that. We did have some general fund reductions in the governor's budget that we'll talk about. But I know one of the questions might be is the revenue forecast and how that played into the budget. And I think my answer is if folks saw in the newspaper around November 15th when the state released its revenue forecast for general fund, the script is really kind of flipped. For the last several months, we've been hearing that the revenue forecast is not very good. I wouldn't say it's in the tank, but really, the outlook wasn't very good. The November revenue forecast really kind of flipped the script on that, and they were now forecasting like $1 billion revenue boon. So kind of like $1 billion switch. I can't speak to how directly that impacted us, but I think anytime you have a good news like that, it'll help us on those fronts. And so I do think that helped with a lot of the funding, a lot of the priorities around the state, and may have helped us with some of our programming. So let's talk specifics here. So let's just briefly go over our reductions. So the governor's budget does include ODFW's reduction packages and other fund licensing that we put forth in the agency request budget. So that's $8 million in license fund that was requested by the department. And these include those reductions to the Oregon Hatchery Research Center, Rock Creek Hatchery, Salmon River Hatchery, various fish programs and research, monitoring, surveys, ocean acidification, marine fisheries, commercial, district management, pinniped management, and regional administration, reductions to the administrative side of the agency, and reductions to special payments to Oregon State Police. So all the reductions, the department's reduction package, all is carried forward as it was in agency request budget in the governor's budget, so no changes there. Where there are changes is to general fund, as I mentioned. So the governor's recommended budget does include general fund reductions. Includes about $2 million in reductions in general fund, and they're listed there. $68,000 to the Rogue South Coast Plan service and supplies. So will impact our ability to conduct monitoring and research on the Rogue South Coast Management Plan. A $430,000 reduction to our predator control program. So this reduces the funds that go to the predatory animal fund that ultimately pays wildlife services to do damage on private property. $1.2 million reduction to the anti-poaching campaign. This is split between Oregon State Police and ODFW. This effectively eliminates the anti-poaching campaign within ODFW and reduces capacity within the Oregon State Police. I'll note that there's still about $2.4 million remaining in anti-poaching campaign general funds that will all go to state police for enforcement purposes. And then a $312,000 reduction to our agricultural ditch program. This is a program that was started by House Bill 2437, I believe, in 2021. That supports landowners permitting activities in agricultural ditches with landowners. The program never really quite took off, but I will say that we have pivoted and we're using the position associated with that program to do some really important stuff when it comes to working with landowners for tax incentive purposes and really jumpstarting some really important programs working with landowners. So big losses that we're gonna feel in those categories. So policy option packages. I don't expect you to read all those. This is our big sheet for policy option packages. These are our new investments. And so I wanted to bring up the whole sheet. This is the same spreadsheet that was in your June agency request budget packet. I wanted to highlight that we had 30 policy option packages and 26 of them are included in the governor's requested budget. And I'll go through them each individually and give a brief description of each, so you don't have to get out your binoculars to read this screen. But just wanted to highlight that 26 out of 30, the ones that we did not receive, a couple general fund packages for Chinook production in the Klamath Basin, our wildlife coexistence package, and wolf monitoring and management package. Those were all general fund requests. And then we kind of removed the real estate management system from the POP list just to help fund other priorities with our other fund license dollars. So I haven't mentioned this yet, but what is in the budget as far as new stuff, new revenue? So we'll start with our fee increase package. So it's package 107. This, of course, are the revenues associated with our proposed fee increase for recreational and commercial fisheries. So new revenues of about $18 million, as we talked about in June, really important for maintaining our programs going forward. And this package is included in the governor's budget. Also of note, as we all know, our fees are set by legislature in a fee bill. We do have a legislative concept that will be going forward in next legislative session, but the revenues associated with those proposed fees are included in the budget. And we'll pivot now to our bond packages. I thought this is a little out of order compared to the spreadsheet, but I wanted to capture it in the categories that I think are most meaningful to us. And so we'll shift next to bond packages. So exciting bond packages. We've received 3 of them in the budget. First, I'll highlight our hatchery resiliency infrastructure bond package. These are general obligation bonds, $20 million to support and implement infrastructure investments to improve our hatchery resiliency. So these are monies that will go to deferred maintenance and capital projects to support our hatchery facilities. We received $13 million in lottery bonds to fund fish passage and habitat and wildlife connectivity projects. So those funds will be split between fish and habitat divisions to do really good stuff on the ground for our species. And then lastly, we received $5.2 million in general obligation bonds to fund replacement of our rogue watershed district office down in Central Point. We'll pivot now to our general fund packages. So these are packages where we have new general fund, or at least general fund that's in addition to our base programming. So we have a continuation package, package 101 for in-stream water rights. This is funding for really legal costs associated with addressing water right and land use protests, continuing that forward next biennium. New package for fish screening capacity in Klamath Basin. I mean, obviously great news down in the Klamath with dam removal. I'll put on my former hat. I spent 10 years in the fish screening and passage program, and I know that there's a ton of just fish screening and passage opportunities in the Klamath Basin. This package will help support a new position that'll conduct outreach with landowners and prioritize fish screening projects in the basin. And then there's 2 debt service packages. So whenever we have a bond package, there's an associated debt service package, which is essentially the financing that goes to pay off that bond. And so the majority of it is general fund. There is a small bit of state match that's included with both package 121 and 124. And that's debt service for our hatchery infrastructure package and debt service for our road district office package. We'll shift now to our other fund packages. So these are other funds, could be licensed funds, could be other funds. As Commissioner King mentioned, I'll try to call out the difference in each one of these packages. So package 106, Klamath Reintroduction Monitoring, is Pacific Coast Salmonid Recovery Funding, or PACSRF, PCSRF. This is a new position authority to create a new position and add some seasonal positions to allow for monitoring of anadromous fish populations in the Klamath Basin. We have a continuation package for the Natural Climate Solutions Funds, which continues our Oregon Climate Action Natural Working Lands Funds for the implementation of Fish and Wildlife Natural Climate Solution Fund projects. We have A&H dollars for Hunting Access and Wildlife Damage Program, which continues a limited duration position to coordinate our new Hunt by Reservation program. We have a new package for harmful algal blooms, which establishes an early response team that will monitor distribution, abundance, and condition of marine algae associated with harmful algal blooms coastwide. And we continue a continuation package with marine life entanglement, which creates a full-time position with our Dungeness Crab Project that will help support our requirements for fishery management authorization and help monitor entanglement issues. Continuing with other fund investments, package 113 is wildlife diversity capacity. This is pretty exciting. It utilizes the Monsanto settlement funds to establish 3 positions to increase our capacity for conservation on the ground. One is a new herpetology coordinator position, which is pretty cool, and 2 new regional conservation biologists to coordinate on the ground conservation. Package 114 is our regional habitat phase 2 package, also utilizes Monsanto funds to establish 3 new regional habitat biologist positions to support regional efforts to conserve, maintain, and enhance the quality of our habitats. 115 is our chronic wasting disease surveillance. So a large package, but establishes 1 full-time position and 8 seasonal positions to increase our statewide surveillance and coordinate efforts to collect deer and elk samples in support of our efforts to battle chronic wasting disease. Then our aquatic invasive species package, this is utilizes dedicated funding from the Oregon State Marine Board, establishes 8 positions and adds seasonal position authority to continue our efforts and expand our capacity to prevent and manage invasive species. And I will say it does establish a new wildlife integrity coordinator position that will focus on invasive species that are impacting Oregon's native species. So those are the really the packages where we're adding funds or adding position authority. The next couple we'll go through are really the technical adjustments that ODFW made, and we'll call these fund shift or net zero packages. On the main spreadsheet, they're categorized by like the main fund type they are, but I just wanted to highlight that these are self-funded packages where we kind of worked some things around and funded our own priorities, took some reductions in some case to either create new positions or add to existing ones. So the first one is our Klamath Watershed District Manager. So currently we have 1 watershed manager that oversees Klamath and clear over to the mouth here, just a massive area. And with everything going on in the Klamath, really important to get some additional management there in the basin. So package 116 establishes a new Klamath Watershed District Manager. Package 117 establishes a new wind energy siting coordinator, and that's accomplished by shifting some general fund from the Marine Reserve Services and Supplies to create this new position that will support our efforts and decision-making relating to wind energy. We have a new public records analyst, which again is shifting existing funds and position authority to create a new position that will support our public records needs, coordinate the agency's retention policy, and really up our ability to respond to the public records requests efficiently and speedily. And then finally, package 119 is our website package. So this continues one limited duration project manager position that will help us take us to the finish line with getting a new agency website here in the next biennium. A couple others that I'll just mention. So we have, these are again, just the net zero fund shifts for Willamette Fish Research and Salmonid models. We're basically converting 1 position to permanent and kind of matching funds with how they're allocated by the federal government. We have a GIS web application developer, which is utilizing an existing position and reclassifying it to better meet our needs. We have a POP that is going to increase our youth and adult hunter education that's utilizing existing PR dollars to create new positions to convert 1 seasonal position to permanent. And then we have a wildlife damage conflict position, and it consolidates existing funding to just better align with how the funds are given to us by the Forest Service. And that position will assist district staff with good neighborhood authority activities in the South Willamette watershed. And last, we have one federal package, which is package 125, which is our mitigation and wildlife climate resiliency package. And this establishes one full-time position to serve as the agency's mitigation coordinator in our habitat division. And I'll just call it out. It's not a policy option package, and it's not included in our budget, but the governor did include a $10 million appropriation of general fund to the emergency fund for the private forest accord grant program. ODFW essentially receive that funding once the habitat conservation plan for the private forest accord is finalized, and then we'd have to go to the E-board to get that money, but it has been appropriated, and that was called out in the governor's budget. So I wanted to call that out. So once again, just to recap, I probably talked a little longer than I was expecting here, but all good stuff. That's where we're at. They're on the right, highlighted with the governor's budget. This is a budget we're going to support going forward to the legislature, and we'll be back here several times throughout the next couple of months to update you on where we're at. And then obviously in the next biennium when we have a new budget. But I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Like we have a couple, first Commissioner King and then Commissioner Labhart. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And thank you, Ken. I mean, peppy and bright at 8 o'clock in the morning. But
I like caffeine.
That was a whole lot going on. And I have three questions. Quickly, I'll go through them. I've asked this question before, but then I forgot. Anti-poaching, the reductions in that and the reduction in our state police. I don't like either of those. I remember voicing that. But could you explain, what does that mean? Like there's less action with the trailer or something? Like what exactly, what are we talking about when we're talking about reducing the anti-poaching?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So our anti-poaching initiative, I mean, we have one staff person that essentially coordinates a lot of efforts as advertising and really works with our state police closely and really markets. You've seen billboards and things like that, things on the radio. We do public news releases on like poaching cases and things like that, and really kind of drum up. It's all about drumming up like interest and just exposure to poaching issues in the state. So that's essentially what we'll be losing with that package. And then don't want to speak for state police, but yeah, less money that goes to state police is less ability to do enforcement on the ground.
Right. And so we're losing essentially all of the communication and outreach and
Correct.
all of, okay. Yeah, and that's the part that I don't like, particularly like when we talked about how important it is that poaching can involve predators like wolves and how we need to improve that communication. So that means that we can't do that, essentially. Okay. I think I know the answer to this question. The Central Point office rebuild, that will be a green rebuild. Hopefully I'm not going to have to crack a molar with your answer.
I hope not either. But yes, so Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So yeah, we have it'll be a green rebuild. It's a large capital project, so there's a lot of requirements that go into that. We also have our own carbon reduction plan that we need to follow. And just for an example, we're going through the design process for our new Pendleton office right now, new Clackamas office. Pendleton office is almost to the finish line. It's carbon neutral. I think I'm channeling Nick Myatt here. I think there's 164 solar panels designed onto the building. So yeah, like going forward, our new buildings are green. They are carbon neutral. There's a cost associated with it, but we think it's important and they're going to be that.
Okay, great. So Central Point will be part of that.
Yep.
And then the other one, I know that I talked to you and Sean and Debbie and a bunch of people about harmful algal blooms and what happened when the whole coast shut. And all the visits that I had out there and, you know, lots of talking and hollering and carrying on. So I really do appreciate the responsiveness of creating that pop and trying to get some, like Matt and co and all those people out there some more help, because all of that is only going to worsen, sadly. And we do need to have better responsiveness and even better signage, better information, because so many people, and this is why I don't like less funding to our state police, because our state police were out there running around catching people and making sure that they weren't digging. Like helping us, hopefully we get this pop because it'll help improve with that, because there's a lot of chaos in that space right now. So I really appreciate the responsiveness of like addressing that. Hopefully that gets through. But I think that that's really, really important because that's going to continue and that's something that we need to really keep an eye on. So thank you for that. And that's everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Laphart, did you?
Yep. Thank you, Ken, for the report. As we all know, the governor proposes, but the legislature disposes. And so that's where the rubber's going to meet the road. Hopefully, the fee increase, I don't know if many folks that may be watching, the fee increases are not set by this commission. They're set by the legislature, not us, funding and license fees. And so it's going to be really important that our stakeholder groups, our constituents out there support that fee increase. I think it's been 6 years since we've had a fee increase. And we did that deliberately to try to keep the costs down, but it's now time in order to function appropriately with increasing costs that we implement this fee increase over a number of years, and the legislature will hopefully support that. And last but not least, I would say again that a lot of these POPs, program option packages, and that the governor has supported is still going to take a lot of work by some of the interest groups in this room and stakeholders that are out there. And so we need people to contact their legislators and support this budget and the governor's budget. And hopefully we can do the best we can for our fish and wildlife. And it takes people who are engaged with our legislators in order to do that. So just a comment.
Thank you.
Ken, I have a few questions and thank you for the report. Quite a job you have right now. The federal situation, could you talk about it? Because if you, just in general, if you painted the big picture of where we are with federal, there was a lot of money coming in over the last couple biennia. This agency was well positioned to take advantage of that. Where, just if you framed it, how would you frame it in a few sentences?
Yeah, Chair Wall, commissioners, I would frame it that we're still well positioned to take advantage of federal funding as it is available. It still remains to be seen kind of what that future looks like. We already knew that some of our like IIJA, IRA funds are kind of winding down kind of naturally. You saw that with the total funds in the federal fund category, that there's a slight reduction as compared to last biennium. So we knew that some of those are winding down, but we're still going to be very aggressive in pursuing federal funds. They might be available in different categories. We don't know. So so there's been lots of talk about federal funding. We've had some requests from the governor's office that we're being responsive to, and yeah, we're concerned about things, but we have a really good infrastructure when it comes to like spending money on the ground and doing great things. So we feel really good about that, and we'll see how it plays out. Somewhat out of our control, but we're still going to be aggressive when there's opportunities, and if those opportunities come up, we're gonna go after them.
And still essentially at the same level, 2 biennia in a row was, I would, from what we heard, it looked like that would be less. So this seems like good news to keep it at the same level, not just the same percentage, but almost the same level.
Chair Wall, if I could just add that, and this came up yesterday in your workshop. I mean, we're already thinking about kind of what some of the priorities of this next federal administration would be. And I think it's one of the areas is the Farm Bill and NRCS. And so, we're already working with our kind of regional association, WAFWA, and national to be positioning, fish and wildlife, for those types of funding. So
great, that's helpful. I had just a couple of. Dr. King talked already about eliminating the anti-poaching, which is troubling, of course. But I want to ask you a couple questions on the habitat division. We have in a couple different places, we have modest adds, but at least we're still adding. Could you just talk about that a little bit and in terms of where the habitat division is headed?
Yeah, so Chair Wall, commissioners, I think we're still building our habitat division. And so channeling my inner Sarah right now, that the habitat division is still new. We're still building program. It is, a lot of the funding in there is general fund. There are some reductions included within the habitat division in the governor's budget, but also some investments. I mean, the Monsanto settlement funds, the new regional habitat bios, new conservation bios, really big, important steps for funding habitat improvement and conservation on the ground. There's other things sprinkled in there too with when it comes to resiliency, mitigation coordinator and whatnot. So yeah, there's we're still building and moving forward, and Habitat Division we're going to try to make it as robust as possible moving forward. It's super important.
Thank you.
Chair
Go ahead.
Wall, if I could just, I'm gonna a little bit of a peanut gallery, so sorry
You
about
go right
that,
ahead.
commissioners, but
No, it's useful.
you know, I do feel that, there's a lot of good stuff in this budget. And we don't want to reduce program. We think our programs are delivering very important things for fish and wildlife and for Oregonians. But the Habitat Division is a good example. Much of that is general fund.
Mhm.
And so as an agency, we are always asked to identify where we're going to cut general fund. And so you get into these terrible conversations about anti-poaching, enforcement, hatcheries, habitat. We want, in our perfect world, we would be able to sustain all of those. And so we don't think there's any good cuts because these are important programs. But it just really, because ever since the governor's budget has come out, we've heard a lot about the reductions. As an agency, as if it's some kind of sign of a lack of support. And I just want to go on record to say that's not at all what it is.
Right.
It is because we have to make really tough decisions as part of these budgeting processes. I also want to say that I continue to think that we will never be very successful in building general fund in this agency or in natural resources. I want to be proven wrong. So if anyone can, change the trajectory, but, and this is no criticism, this is just fact. When you have $1 billion last minute surplus in revenue and the natural resource budget stays the same amount of general fund as it has for decades, it really tells you that general fund is not where we are going to see increases. And so this commission and myself continue to say we need to look at diversifying funding for natural resources. And we are going to be heavily involved in a number of conversations this session about proposals. If they were easy proposals, they would have been done decades ago. So when you hear about them and you want to go, yeah, right. If somebody's got a better idea, I hope they will bring it forward. But I think this budget actually just underscores the fact that we need to diversify funding for natural resources in Oregon. So that is my soapbox. I promise to behave myself.
I think it's a good one. And the history sure proves you're right in terms of the general fund, because that's not where the natural resource agencies isn't where it goes. And I couldn't agree with you more about the diversification of funding. I think it's, my point on the Habitat Division was almost, we're still building even in this. And I think that's important. We have another Habitat bio or two, and we had one, I think that at one point had 7 counties. And now at least we're still making headway there. And I think that's important. I had one last question, and then it looks like the Vice Chair has a question as well. Could you talk just a bit about the POP 112? It's the marine life engagement or entanglement one. And the question I have, and if you can't answer it, I can get the answer later, but does this help us with our incidental take permit and get toward having an incidental take and getting that one settled?
Chair Wall, commissioners, yes. So I tried to summarize what is a long, multi-paragraph policy option package description into like a couple sentences, but yeah, so that's a part of it. So if you go back and reference the actual policy option package narrative from June, that's in there. It's about the incidental take permit, working on conservation plans, and just helping support the state's needs when it comes to that. So yes.
Thank you. That's real helpful. Vice Chair.
Yeah. First, Ken and Director Colbert, awesome job on continuing to move this process forward. I have a weird little quick question, which is about the predator control wildlife services line item that's not being funded. Will that affect our non-lethal wildlife services that we're trying to put on the ground in places like Northeast Oregon?
Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Chair Wall, I might have to phone a friend and get back to you on that one, to be honest. So I know it's gonna, I mean, overall decrease to the Predatory Control Fund. We still have state match that goes to it, licensed dollar match. This removes the 400,000 in general fund. So I would say logically, yes, that like overall it's a reduction of just services that go to predatory control on the ground, including non-lethals. So I can get back to you with our wildlife division folks on a clearer answer, but yeah, it's less funding, and I would think that would result in less services on the ground.
Yeah, okay, so I just want to take my little moment here to say that's a problem, right? We have Commissioner King and Chair Wall talking about the predator, like the, what do we call it? Anti-poaching, thank you. The anti-poaching campaign being affected, but really what we're seeing on the ground is this non-lethal wildlife services is awesome in areas where we have wolf conflict. So I just want to give that its moment in time. We will continue to have conflict out there on the ground when we don't help people get good non-lethals in place. And I think those wildlife services people doing that work are unbelievably awesome. So just a little, I know you can't control the world or the governor's office or the legislature, right? I'm super excited, obviously, about the new potential watershed district manager in Klamath and breaking that region up and giving those staff a chance. That's just like,
yeah.
I don't know, that makes me really happy. I love seeing the Monsanto dollars getting some new habitat conservation biologists on the ground. I'm really interested in what can happen with that. So. And then just a little comment just on what Director Colbert was talking about and what we heard yesterday. I think from Jeff Huntington was, these natural resources agencies in the state are really just taking a tiny slice. And we have big work to do to protect our fish and wildlife and communities in Oregon. And so I support anybody that is trying to create a more robust future. I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's time that we do that in Oregon across the spectrum, right? It's important. And I think people come to us and they want a lot of things from ODF&W, and there's a lot of things that we want to do. The Beaver Action Plan was a good example of that. It's like, how come we aren't doing this everywhere all the time on everything? Why aren't we getting everything done? It's because half of our budget is paid by hunting and fishing license dollars, and we don't have a lot of money just to throw around, and we have to spend a lot of time going through this process to get to even where we are. So I hope we start investing more in our fish, wildlife, and communities in Oregon. Okay, thank you.
We're going to go off script. Don't leave yet, Ken.
Oh.
I think we're going off script just for a moment. Right?
Because, you've done such hard work. We just wanted to not
I love it.
miss
Oh, no.
this opportunity to celebrate your birthday, Ken.
Oh.
And thank you for being here. So
Are we gonna sing?
we're going to sing.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I see. Chris Clapper looks like he's ready to stand up.
muted.
All right, and of
Okay.
course, Brian is in charge of the birthday treats. So he's bringing you your birthday treats.
Oh, my God.
And bring you. So are we ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody start and sing.
Happy
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ken. Happy birthday to you.
28 years old.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken. So shall we let that poor man go back to his table?
And we'll see you again later.
Yes.
We can
And
sing you again. What do you
We
think?
talk about.
I think we've got some.
Oh, that's right. Sean. That.
Go ahead.
Ready? Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. Sean Clements, Deputy Director for the department. Hard act to follow there, but I'll do my best. So as we close out 2024 and start to think about 2025, we're really working with you all to think about what that's going to bring in terms of commission work. And so this is just a preview of that. If you recall back earlier this year, Debbie and I also shared with you a preview of this year's work, which is really centered around natural working lands with a focus on working lands. And that really culminated yesterday in the roundtable. So thinking ahead about to what next year is going to bring, we're going to talk about that this morning. Which button do I press? Oh, that's good. Forward, yeah. So when we build the annual agenda, there's really three things that go into that. One is the survey that we send out to you all in the fall time. And that survey, we asked for where you'd like to go, essentially where you want these meetings to occur, what kind of topics are top of mind for you all. And then we also think about some of the logistics involved in carrying that off. There's also the statutorily required work for the commission. So these are the things that you have to get done during the year, which we'll talk about more about later. Because each of these meetings involves a lot of department resources to put on, the department really plans that out a year in advance. So we know a lot of these agenda items actually start 2 years ahead of when you see them. So there's a lot of work and planning that goes into that. And we want to make sure that we have the resources aligned for those meetings when they occur. So you can hear a little bit about that. And then as we do all that work with the commission survey and the required work, we want to think about what lens we're applying to that that's moving forward department and commission priorities. And so there's discussions that occur with the chair, vice chair, and director about what those focus areas are going to be. And we're going to talk a bit more about that today too. In terms of meeting locations, one of the things we heard loud and clear in the survey was that you really all wanted to have a focus in Northeast Oregon for one, and secondarily in Southwest Oregon. And you'll see here, when we think about the meetings next year, we're going to have, in terms of Northeast Oregon, a couple of locations, Pendleton in, June, and then Ontario or La Grande in September. And then that's hitting the Northeast Oregon, and then Southwest Oregon, we're looking at either Florence or Reedsport. So some of the other things that go into this, in addition to your feedback, is just travel and tour considerations. So weather, Northeast Oregon in the winter is hard to get to, hard to travel around in. The coast in winter is also wet, and perhaps. So a lot of that goes into it. Venue availability. So when we think about Florence and Reedsport, is there a venue to host the commission? Is there a place for lodging, that kind of thing? All the kind of work that Michelle does behind the scenes. And then also, as we think about cost and accessibility, we're trying to work in some of these virtual meetings throughout the year to maintain that. When we think about the work that the commission has to do, there's the statutory required work, which is really these establishing policies and rules and then approvals. And for example, today, you're going to see several of these buckets of work. When we think about time, place, manner, methods for harvest, we've got Lynn Mattis coming up soon to talk about groundfish. That's an example of one of those. When we look forward to next year and species plans, we've got sage grouse on your agenda. And when we think about state ESA, we've got orca coming up next year. So all of these are things that are going to happen in the following year. When we think about approvals, again, today you're going to see a couple of approvals for R&E Board and the Ag Heritage Board. Funding, you typically see funding approvals for things like PFA program, R&E. And then also there's property acquisition, like the mine and property, and then the biennial budget review, which is, again, Ken's just been over some of that. It's an ongoing process. So these are all things that are going to come before you next year, and we've been thinking about when and where those will happen. And then again, going back to we want to put all this work through a particular lens. And this year it's been really a focus on working lands. So I'm just going to transition into the 2025 focus with the commission. And in terms of that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Wall here, because this is the conversations have been occurring, like I said, between the chair, vice chair, and director. And it's really going to focus on three areas: the what, and then there's also a how. So Chair Wall, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you not just for the presentation today, but for your work over the last year and the whole department working on this as well, and the leadership to get us where we are right now. Commissioners, you just saw the slide that had the work that comes up pretty regularly, and Sean had the mission above that in his slideshow. But what I'd like to talk about for just a few minutes is these 3 focal areas that we have narrowed things down to as part of organizing our 2025 work to focus on our top priorities. We narrowed it down to 3 things that the commission identified in surveys, and it is now in 3 buckets. The 3 that you see here: the climate resiliency and fish and wildlife adaptation, landscape scale conservation, and serving all Oregonians. And I'll talk for a minute about what each one of those means. And we talked some about it yesterday, so it kind of put us in this kind of context for these. In terms of climate change resiliency, if the vision is that Oregon's natural systems and functions will stay resilient enough to support habitat and wildlife populations and us, that means that climate change data and new information especially is coming into our decisions and actions and priorities, and into what we collectively ask and direct the department to do. Hatchery resiliency is part of this focal area. We're looking at hatchery resiliency in a climate impacted world and circumstances. And it recognizes that the natural resources work and successes seem to get harder and harder to attack and attain every year. It's not getting easier with the changing conditions and the climate impacted world that we're living in. Recognizes that those are just harder to come by, and that we need the second of our focal points, which is landscape scale conservation. We talked a lot about this yesterday. It was described well by one of the people in that meeting as defining the problem in a big enough way to incorporate the broad set of factors, conditions, actions needed across an entire basin to address the problem. It might not be, if we make these problems big enough to encapsulate all of the factors that are impacting it, that it's an entire basin, but it's certainly bigger than one species at a time or one action at a time. Beaver modified habitat, of course, is the first and clearest of our examples of landscape scale solutions. You've heard a lot about that over the last year. But mainly it's that in a rapidly changing and deeply climate impacted circumstances, the solutions need to reflect that single species at a time or isolated actions at a time aren't enough, and that we need to be looking at these critical sets of factors. In beaver modified habitat, we look at their fire breaks, what we need for supporting multiple species at a time. And if we then look at the third of these of our focal points, our focal areas, serving all Oregonians, and what does that mean? I think that as it's been discussed among the commissioners and over the last year, it means we hold ourselves to a standard of being fair and respectful to all constituencies. It means if we meet this, that all Oregonians are going to experience their work with us as being heard and respected. And the application that we already are using that several of you have already been involved with is the disparity maps, and using those as a lens when we try to figure out where and what work gets priority and gets the resources. If our mission is to protect the public trust aspects of fish, wildlife, and habitat, then what this one means, serving all Oregonians, is that all Oregonians are recognize the assets are truly public. They're public assets, and everyone gets a fair hearing in how we protect those. So the only other thing I want to mention on these, I'm not going to go into the how because we're spending a lot of January on that with our best practices and that sort of thing, is that we landed on these 3 focal points after a lot of discussion. We had the commissioner survey, we had talks during the year, There's an old line that says, if you don't know where you're going, then any road will get you there. This is turning that on its head and saying, we are going to pick our focal areas for 2025. They might not be perfect. We might need to look in the fall of 2026 and adjust those focal points, but we are picking these as our focal points for the next year. They're the overarching priority, and they are what we need to, if you will, we need to exercise some restraint in that when we look at these three focal areas, when the next thing that comes up or comes to our attention happens, we need to figure out, does it fit within these? Where does it fit? Is this our priority? And we need to think about these when we're asking for staff resources or staff time, money, and look at whether they fit within our resources. So I'll ask Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, to add any other perspective, and then we'll go back to Sean. So go ahead.
I'll just say that that there was a significant effort to get to this, and a lot of it was based on, as Chair Wall said, the commissioners' surveys, trying to be responsive not only on this, but where meeting locations are, trying to listen to each of the sitting commissioners about what their priorities are, trying to incorporate what we've heard from everyone. And I would just like to echo what Chair Wall is saying. I think we've been around this commission a while, and the problem with natural resources is the shiny glittery thing sometimes shows up, and it's not that it isn't good, but it might not fall under our focal areas or our capacity. So I think this sends a strong message. It is based on commissioner feedback, and I'm interested to hear how the commissioners feel at this point about where we've landed with this. But I think it's pretty exciting, frankly. I mean, I think we're going to just like knock it out of the park, but I don't want my enthusiasm to dampen anybody's ability to throw some rocks here at this if they want to.
Commissioners here or online, questions or thoughts, especially after that introduction? Commissioner Laphart.
Well, how can I not support that? So I do have a technical question, and I don't know if it's for Sean or for our attorney, but we have a statute. Now, this legislature changed our makeup from congressional districts to river basins, and we have a statute that requires us to meet in each congressional district every year. So how are we asking? Are we going to try to revise that statute, or how are we going to get through that? Because I like to follow the law.
We're going to continue to try to meet that statute, but just yeah. So we will have that as a goal. But I'll just remind you that from a practical perspective, we set the meetings, and then you often don't meet in certain locations, or you cancel just because of a lack of kind of items. So, we're going to continue the past practice of scheduling along those lines.
Trying to meet the intent.
Yep.
Okay.
And just one other thing that I would add, and I think that Sean may talk about this as well, is that the department has done a great job of making sure that our tours and our work plan all relate and are connected. And I think that he will talk a little bit more about that as well. So let's give it back to Sean. Unless is there anything legal that you wanted to add? No, okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. And like I said, I think this really builds on what we've been doing this year as a department commission together with the focus on natural working lands. The next step is kind of landscape scale. And then we started that conversation really around the Beaver Action Plan report back in September. So when we think about how we're going to connect with that focus next year on the department side of things, there's the tours, the workshops that we're going to have. And when you think about where we go out into the field, it's really an opportunity to have a case study on what it takes to do landscape scale restoration at that scale. The Hood River was somewhat an example of that. The Hood River is a very small basin, so you're able to go from headwater down to the bottom there. A lot of these basins are really large, so our staff are going to be working really hard to to put together a tour that really previews for you how landscape scale conservation might occur in a basin that size. And part of it is thinking about when you go to a location, what is everything else that's both downstream and upstream of that that's influencing that place and your ability to do work there successfully. So that'll be a focus for the tours. It's also an opportunity to engage with more voices. We've started to do that more in the tours this year, and we're going to continue that next year. And when you think particularly like February when we're in Portland, we're going to try and bring in some more voices that we don't typically hear from in those tours. And then workshops as well. Those are locations where we can do some of this work. The climate reports, again, this is where we can build on what we hear in the tours, but also on what the agenda items are bringing forth, and bring forth information and data that about how the department thinks about landscape scale, climate resiliency, and species adaptation. So we're going to try and knit all this together, and really it is supposed to connect to the work the Commission's doing. So for example, next year you're going to see fish passage prioritization, likely in April. That really is thinking about where the department and the Commission want to focus our fish passage work in the state. Where is it going to have the biggest benefit to species resilience? When we think about sage grouse, again, coming forth next year, again, that is about where you want to focus your work on sage grouse. And you've seen some of that work in the maps that you all adopted earlier this year. Statewide action plan, again, it's about what things do you need to do for our at-risk species, and where do you want to do it? Those are all things that can be brought forth in some of the tours and workshops. And then when you think about the work that you're actually going to do to implement those plans, it comes down to some of the restoration grants that you all see. And the question that needs to be asked is, are those grants doing the right thing in the right place? And so there's a whole lot of places where these tours, climate reports will relate to the work that you're going to do, and hopefully help you in your decision making. So I think with that, I'll close out and take any questions.
Thank you. We do have a question from Commissioner King. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwell. Thank you, Sean. This is great. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate the responsiveness and all the effort that has been shown thus far. I mean, it is clear that we are being heard. So it's a bit of more of a comment, a softball question, because I know there's a lot going on in this space. But one of the things we talk about, opportunities to engage with more voices, we need to keep it in the front of our brain that those voices might be in another language. And, you know, I come from, and I mentioned briefly yesterday, like I come from, you know, I'm in Portland, but I'm an immigrant like so many other people. And all the different languages that are happening when you go into a public library, it's just dizzying. You know, school systems where 23 languages are spoken, et cetera. But it's not just Portland. If we go to Ontario, Mount Hero County, it is 47% and counting Hispanic or Latino or Latinx or whatever we're calling them at this moment. And I know there's been some big moves. I've not seen it yet. I've seen the new fishing regs, but they're gonna be in Spanish. I know it's coming. I can't wait. I won't be able to read it, but it's amazing. So, I mean, I think we need to also be keeping in the front of our brain when we're engaging with more voices, making sure we can engage with those voices, and making sure if we cannot, what are we doing to phone a friend or something, or making sure we have translators, or making sure that people can engage with us. Like, do they even understand our flyer and that we're coming to town and like they're invited? You know, I think we just need to really get that front of our brain. And I know it's coming, but I want to make sure that we keep it coming, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think we've had a lot of conversations about this, and I think, as you're aware, if we're going to do something, we want to do it well, and we want to be thoughtful about it. And as you're seeing, as you mentioned, both the hunting and fishing regulations are going to be translated into Spanish in this coming year, and that's a really big step for the department. I think something we want to build on. And I don't know if Director Colbert wants to talk about, but there's also internal things we're doing to free up capacity for community engagement and to do some of these kind of things that you're talking about and take a step forward next year. So I don't know if you want to talk more about that or leave it.
I feel like Sean just gave me a softball and I'm like, I'm not quite sure what he,
I was thinking Antonio.
Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, as you're aware, we've also made some kind of staffing changes in the director's office, including having Antonio shift from just focusing on R3 to taking on a broader portfolio in terms of how we are engaging communities in the broadest sense. And so that's just one example. You know, we have a lot to share with you on this front in terms of we've just applied in the fall for a grant from OCRF, which we hope makes it to you for your approval in the coming months, that will really be focused on engagement in the Portland area as a starting place for kind of, you know, just learning about how to be effective and try to define our role. So we have a lot coming on this front.
Thank you both.
Yeah, I do. We just want to check in with our online commissioners to see if either Commissioner Khalil or Commissioner DeFries had questions or comments on the work plan, the tours, the focal areas, or any other part of what we just heard.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all sounds reasonable to me based on what I've heard discussed the last few years. The serving all Oregonians piece is interesting because that feels like a lens that you put over all the other focal areas, not necessarily a focal area in and of itself, but just a how instead of a what. But I think I'm glad it's articulated in any way, because I think that is going to be a big piece for us moving forward.
I don't have much to add. Of course, I'm very excited for some Northeast Oregon dates on there. And yeah, this is just great. I'm learning a lot, and yeah, it's really impressive to see all the work that's been going on behind these decisions.
Thank you. Then I think we'll go on to the next item. Thank you, Sean, a great deal for the whole year's work on this. So back to you, Director, for temporary rules.
All right. Well, and thank you, commissioners, for taking the time and being so thoughtful on your survey. You really did put a lot of time in what you shared with us, and I think we benefited, and I hope that you'll be satisfied as you see the year ahead. So next we go to temporary rules. Commissioners, there are 23 temporary rules, and that's a big number, but just recognize that you haven't met since September, and so we've accumulated quite a few. I just wanted to flag a couple of, you'll see that we have 2 wildlife. We don't usually get temporary rules with wildlife, but I wanted to flag temporal 17. You know, just given the discussion about adaptation, and yesterday we talked about working land partners and how are they adapting. Well, I think this rule on bighorn sheep and fire closures is a good example about how our agency and hunters, when you think about kind of fire on the landscape, we're trying to figure out how to adapt. And so you see rules like this coming forward where we're, you know, after the fires, we're seeing the burned areas and we're trying to accommodate time for hunters and where the, and that's a good example of our agency trying to adapt in ways that make sense, especially in a changing environment. So I just wanted to flag that. And then I also wanted to mention, and, you know, John North, I don't know how comfortable he's going to be with what I'm about to say, because he's very worried that I might jinx us. But a lot of the rules that you see are Columbia Basin fishery management. And at the risk of jinxing us, I would like to just go on the record to say we had a really good fall salmon season. At least 7 of these rules were about providing more opportunity because we had runs that were better than forecasted. So, you know, sometimes we don't take the time. We often hear when things aren't going well, but we had a good fall. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these temp rules.
I did have, if you could just, either you or Brian or whomever could talk just a little bit more about the bighorn sheep one. And it seemed like we did adjust to having the fires hit, but we also if you could just talk a little bit about the increase that we actually are going to keep the harvest the same, it sounds like, but if you could just explain that.
Yes, Brian can come up here, but yes, we are not changing like what would be harvested, but we are recognizing that now that we can see what was burned and where the animals are, we're trying to make some accommodations in terms of the geographic area and the timing for when the hunting can occur. Brian, anything to add?
Yes, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Colbert, for the record, my name is Brian Wolfer. I'm the Wildlife Division Deputy Administrator. So those two bighorn sheep hunts with the temp rule were a hunt area affected by the Rail Ridge fire. And so one of those hunts, most of the sheep area was actually outside the burned area of the fire, but within the closure for firefighter access. And so we extended the time period for that hunt, didn't change the hunt area, and most of that sheep range was unaffected. For the other hunt, for the Aldridge hunt, a lot of that sheep range was within the burn perimeter. Some of it probably isn't affected by fire as much as other parts of the burn because it tends to be rockier, tends to be above timberline. But we also knew that with the fire, those hunters weren't going to get in. And so we expanded their season dates and also expanded the hunt area to include some areas that had sheep so that they could still participate in their once in a lifetime. When it comes to the long term, this winter, spring, we'll be doing our standard sheep surveys. And so if we need to make emergency rule tag reductions because that habitat was affected and those sheep were affected, we'd be doing that in the spring. And we've done that before, both zeroing out and canceling hunts or reducing tags, but it's a little early to predict what that could look like.
Thank you. That last part you said just really hit the question that I had, which was, do we know enough to know if there were, if we had losses among those sheep and we needed to adjust? And it sounds like we can, it's just after the fact.
Yes.
Appreciate that. So Commissioner Spellbrink, and then we'll get a vote on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. And really, I was just going to second what Debbie talked about. So many times our emergency rules and stuff are reactions to bad things, and we have to add restrictions. So it was really good to see that how we just kept upgrading that run on the Columbia and kept adding more, letting the folks that use the fish have more access to them. So like I say, that was really, really glad to see that.
Thank you. Could we have a motion on the emergency rules?
I can read it, Chair Wall. Of the draft motions that we have from today, I move to ratify the 23 temporary rules set forth on the December 13th, 2024 agenda.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 23 temporary rules as just read into the record. Let's have a voice vote on this since we have online commissioners as well. Michelle, would you do that, please?
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil.
I don't see her in there.
Uh-oh.
We'll come back to
Okay.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall,
Yes.
Khalil.
I don't see the KK up there.
We seem to have lost. Yeah.
Exactly. And the opposite pole.
Yeah, she's
Motion carries. And we have one apparently absent, but sort of here. Thank you for that. And then there's a commission update is the next item. And on this one, we collectively in the state experienced losses this fall of 2 people that leave behind pretty massive holes in their organizations and their arenas. And in ours too, they were very different people and each was important in their arena in multiple ways. And we'd like to take just a few minutes to recognize those 2 people this morning. First, we'll recognize and remember Leonard Krug, And Commissioner Spellbrink will talk about him for a minute. And then we will talk about Bob Salinger, who was the other person who passed away during this fall. So Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I don't know how many people are familiar. I actually have brought a photo of Leonard also. I'll put it on the table back there. It's pretty good. I think it captures his spirit pretty well. Anyway, back in, I think it was on October 6th, Leonard was on the ocean out of Brookings fishing with a friend. He had just landed a nice halibut, mentioned he didn't feel good, sat down and peacefully passed away. Leonard was 9 years younger than me, and from what I observed, in excellent health. So I never imagined that between the two of us, I would be doing this for him. It's hard to express how much I personally appreciated Leonard, both as a friend and as a great advocate for fish and fishing. I have some great memories of Leonard. I spent some time fishing with he and his wife, Anna, down on the Rogue. Went to their place in Brookings there for dinner one night. Like I say, I really appreciated my time with him. I couldn't even guess how many times we talked on the phone the last few years. I thought I would share a few highlights from his obituary, from his celebration of life. I'll give you the abbreviated version, but I think it again captures him pretty well. Leonard Krug, husband, father, grandfather, brother, friend, and colleague, passed away on October 6th at age 67. He was an avid sportsman, fishing advocate. Leonard left us doing what he loved. Born in Ashland, Leonard spent most of his life living in the Southern Oregon area. He attended Southern Oregon State College for 2 years with a major in wildlife sciences and a minor in, and this I sure never knew, a minor in music. He chanced upon a temporary summer position with Pacific Power and never went back. He climbed the ranks from meter reader to journeyman lineman. If you spent any time with Leonard, you know he always had something up his sleeve to lighten the mood. And one of his sayings was, old linemen never die, they just phase out. He was a lifelong learner. His passion was always around hunting and fishing. After retiring, he maintained a passion for volunteerism and working in service of others. He joined the Oregon South Coast Fishermen Association and was founding member and president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. He brought the recreational and commercial fishing communities together with legislators, county and state officials, and with tribal representatives to help provide and protect sustainable fishing opportunities and resources for everyone. Leonard is survived by his wife, Anna, 4 children, 7 grandchildren. He was a powerful force for positivity in the lives of many. He was always there for advice, a sympathetic ear, or to share his own experience. His values, commitment to excellence, and love for life survive on in his family, both genetic and extended. You left us too soon, my friend. Rest in peace, Leonard.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. And if anybody else would like to add a comment, feel free. Go ahead.
I just thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink, for that. The one thought I would have about Leonard in the time I've known him is that he built community around him. He was one of those people that was like a point, a meeting point of a lot of different people. And it's a lot to learn from that example, you know, for the rest of us, how to be that kind of a person.
Thank you. So for a few minutes, I will just talk also about Bob Salinger, and my condolences absolutely to his family and to all of you who worked with him over the last few years and are feeling the loss of that colleague. Bob was a tireless advocate for everything wild. His work ranged from caring for orphan bats to rescuing falcons off bridges, as well as to statewide negotiations on policies for forests, and how to fund schools. His willingness to get in his car and go wherever the meetings were in Oregon and do the hard work to slowly come to agreement on issues like the management of the Elliott Forest are almost legendary. He was one of the best strategists I worked with over the years because I've worked with him in multiple of my different jobs. He was intense and fun and deeply engaged on issues from protection of critical parts of the bird flyway to protecting the islands in the Willamette for habitat. Ross Island, West Hayden Island, and other areas have a far bigger habitat role than they would have without Bob. There are multiple organizations across the state and coalitions across the state that Bob had a big hand in creating, figuring out how to make them effective, and working tirelessly through those organizations to get good results. What defined him, I also see in a lot of ODF and W staff, and that is that he was fun, he was intense, he was deeply knowledgeable, and he was committed to the mission to protect fish, wildlife, and their habitat. He talked on a personal level often about his kids. He took them to hearings. He took them to releases of wild animals back into the wild. Some of us raise kids who look at our public service jobs or our advocacy work or whatever we do and say, I'm not touching that. Bob and Elizabeth seem to raise kids who looked at the work and said, I'm going to consider that because at least 2 of his kids are already considering this kind of work. A lot of you worked with him for years, and I'm sorry for your loss of him as a colleague, as a friend, and as an opponent in some cases. He was a force that will be missed for a long time by a lot of us. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I didn't know Leonard as long as Bob did, but nice words about Leonard. So I'd like to say a few words regarding the life and some contributions that Bob Salinger, who I have known for almost a decade, many years less than some of you in this room and some of you watching on YouTube. A few short stories about Bob. Bob was a key partner in the development of the recently approved Private Forest Accord. We are just beginning to see the fruits of his and others' efforts as a result of the many hours negotiating to come up with an accord that is a game changer for Oregon's private forest lands and the fish and wildlife habitats that rely on these private forest lands. As a member of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, I saw firsthand an OWEB-focused investment project development that was near and dear to Bob and many others, including retired OWEB previous Deputy Director Ken Beerley, and that was the Harney Basin Collaborative and their community-based water planning effort. When the 6 years of the FIP funding, the Focused Investment Program funding, ran out, Bob came to me and said, Mark, we need to keep this effort going. And I said, well, why is that? We gave you 6 years and $12 million. He said, this is a special place where divergent groups were used to not talking to each other, and they didn't talk to any of the federal state agencies for sure. He said, they actually get things done here, and you need to keep this effort going. This collaborative was difficult to put together, but once it got put together, it worked, and they put things on the ground. He said, we need to keep this effort going through continued OWEB funding, and we did that. And thanks to Bob for his relentless engagement in that effort. Bob was a key spark plug in developing and funding the package for the wildlife response centers. These centers all over the state are the ones that take in the injured birds and animals as well as orphaned animals. They rehabilitate them and return them to the wild as best they can. They have reduced the workload significantly of our staff, these response centers. To think of the hundreds of hours of volunteer time that it takes to staff these wildlife response centers. Bob saw the value in asking the legislature to help continue this effort, and hopefully we can get it across the finish line in the next legislative session. I'll close with a couple statements that we all probably can take to heart that I've heard Bob say or espouse to. Be hard on the problem, not on the people. Focus on the situation, issue, or behavior, not the person. Maintain self-confidence and self-esteem of others. Maintain constructive relationships. Take the initiative to make things better And last but not least, to lead by example. That was Bob Salinger. Oregon has lost a great champion for our fish and wildlife habitats. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well said. It doesn't look like we have others, so we will go on, and thank you all for.
Oh, can I pipe in really fast?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to speak highly of Bob, and he was one of the very first people I met when I joined the commission. And I know this comparison's been made before, but I immediately thought of him as a human Lorax, who would speak for the trees and the birds and everyone who didn't have a voice themselves. And his kindness and passion will be things that I will remember for a very, very long time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all, and we will go on to public forum.
My commission update.
Go ahead.
That's the, sorry, I blindsided you at the very last moment, Chair Wall, but I do have a commission update.
Go ahead.
Are we done with this part? Thank you for all of your words about all of our esteemed colleagues that are no longer with us. But my commission update is actually much more upbeat and happier news. It was part of the blur that was yesterday. Yesterday was a really good blur. But in the midst of that, before I came for a workshop yesterday, I gave testimony at Metro, which is the regional governance board for the entire Portland Metro, the Tri-County, meaning not just City of Portland, but including Multnomah, Clackamas, and Washington County. And the reason that happened is what we've already mentioned, things like the disparity mapping, meaning the social vulnerability index, and the role that ODFW has played in them, that I have played in them, that this commission has played in them, in using them in sites like the Kellogg Dam. So if we go way back to some of the original funding for the projects for the removal of the Kellogg Dam, which is on Kellogg Creek, which is in downtown Milwaukee. It's now part of a highway. It's going to cost north of $100 million to remove it because of all of the things all around it. ODFW was one of the first backers and one of the first grantors for the funding for the removal of that dam. We have since, in one of our Portland tours, we've toured the Kellogg Dam. I think nearly everyone on the commission, except our newer commissioners, have been there or been involved or have heard of this. I have toured it a million times, taking my environmental justice courses there. We usually do a tour there. Again, the commission is toured there. But yes, this summer, we took all of the Metro counselors there. And the reason for that is, as part of the next wave of grant funding, which will be the $50 million federal highway grant that they are applying for, it requires a 20% non-federal match. And so that's where Metro came in. And yesterday was the vote for the $10 million large community visions grant for the removal of the Kellogg Dam, which passed unanimously. So they now have their 20% matching for the $50 million federal that will all start the construction phase next year, which is slated to complete in 28, the entire project to complete in 2030. So it just shows, like, all of the things that we've been talking about. We've been talking about private forest accord because they will apply for one of those. We've been talking about the disparity maps, which was essential in getting and framing dam removal, not just Kellogg Dam removal, but Klamath Dam removal as environmental justice projects. We've talked about seeing all Oregonians. You know, so many of the things that we've talked about and will continue to talk about in our upcoming focus kind of comes down to projects like these, and why they are now successful, because they are seen, they are being heard, they are being displayed for what they are, and we're finding clever people to help us adjust and storytell, and therefore get the right people involved to have a successful fund application. So that was, again, I gave testimony. Of course, I emailed disparity maps and I had walked a bunch of the counselors through it. But then I came to the all-day workshop. So I had no idea what had happened until after I got all the emails for come to the celebration and we're having a big party because we were successful. So I wanted to share that with everyone because again, we talk about storytelling. We talk about wanting good stories and tell our successes and what we can project, if you will. Things like, you know, hey, fishing season is open till New Year's. That's a good story. Let's talk about that thing. Let's talk about the Kellogg Dam. So if you want to go see it, you better go soon because it's about to start coming down now.
And thank you to you, Commissioner King, for your work and ongoing effort to bring these things to us in terms of the disparity maps and Kellogg and framing that one up as well. So thank you.
And thank you. And thanks to ODFW because they've been a huge part in helping me learn how to do those. So a special shout out to Craig Smith. I'm sure he's gonna, I haven't even had a chance to tell him yet. So it's gonna be fantastic.
You can deliver good news. Thank you. We don't have other business, and so we will go.
Bob, do you have something?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I had a couple things to share. I don't know if anyone realizes the crab fishery opened today as far as today was set day. And I didn't know whether to
Go ahead.
add that to public forum or right now.
Why don't you do it right now?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Anyway, yeah, so anyway, yeah, today was at 8 a.m. They could legally set crab gear. Unfortunately, the weather's terrible. And I think
It is the
I
code.
talked to some guys on the way here. It said like maybe 3 of the larger vessels went out of Newport. Everybody else is popping anti-ulcer medication. And anyway, you know, I just wanted to mention that during my 40-year career as a crab fisherman, getting our pots in the water was my least favorite activity of crab fishing, and that's putting it mildly. You know, I remember all too well, you know, times like when we lost 4 fishermen on opening day setting crab gear. Their boat rolled over, and we lost them. You know, and I could go. There's a laundry list I could go on, including some experience myself that I wouldn't want to repeat. You know, heavily loaded vessels in terrible weather is a recipe for disaster, really. You know, and I think like some things that have been done, I know in Washington, I believe the tribal fishery now, they don't set pots until the forecasts and the weather is below a certain wave height and below a certain wind speed. And, you know, and I think you'll be seeing some recommendations from the fleet. I can't tell how many calls I got yesterday from the guys saying this is crazy. You know, yeah, there's so much competition on a poor season. You know, we've been real fortunate the last few years. We've had good weather on set day, and we've had good fishing on a season where one of these days, these years, they're going to have a poor season again. And lots of times, about half your season is in the gear on the first pull. You know, I've seen that happen myself.
Wow.
So anyway, I just let the commission know you'll probably see some recommendations coming from the fleet this year, working with our staff as far as how to maybe we make this portion of the fishery a little safer.
Thank you for the heads up and for paying attention to that. Then on my third time, we will go to public forum now. So let's go ahead with that. We have 4 people signed up for public forum. I think all of you know that public forum is a time when people can address us on issues that are not on the agenda, and each person has 3 minutes. We don't take action on these items, but it's great to have this chance to hear them. So we have 1 person in the room and 3 people online. The first one is Jessica Church, who is online. We just got 3 minutes back, and we'll hear from Jessica next time, maybe. I think that Ben and Ticknap is in the room. And then Francine Kershaw, and then Jim McCarthy. So go ahead, Ben. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the commission. I am Ben Enticknap, and I'm representing Oceana. Oceana is an international ocean conservation organization dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. And we submitted a letter into your briefing book along with our partners about the issue of whale entanglements in the Oregon Dungeness crab fishery, which I will just speak to briefly here. I wish I could be here to say that we were making great progress in reducing whale entanglements in the Dungeness crab fishery, but unfortunately, I cannot. Whale entanglements in West Coast fisheries in general continue to be a very serious problem, and particularly entanglements in the vertical lines that are used by the Dungeness crab gear. So far this year, the National Marine Fisheries Service has confirmed 34 whale entanglements off the West Coast, and half of which could be traced back to specific fisheries and gear. This is the highest number since 2018. It's estimated that roughly 75% of whale entanglements result in serious injury and death to the whales, and that many more entanglements go undetected. 4 of these whales were confirmed in Oregon commercial Dungeness crab gear this year, including 3 humpback whales and 1 fin whale. Humpback whale entanglements are of particular concern because the populations that are migrating to and feeding off of our coast are either listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. And these 3 humpback whale entanglements, while it might not sound like a lot, is actually an increase above the normal 1 to 2 that we're seeing per year. And it's also likely a level of entanglements that would be considered to not be negligible under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. What is more is, as you came up earlier today, we still don't have a conservation plan in place or incidental take permits under the Endangered Species Act covering the incidental take of these endangered species in the Oregon Dungeness crab fisheries. So to the solutions, my colleague Francine Kershaw with the NRDC will speak a little bit more about the solutions, but I do want to highlight one in particular, and that's the advancement of pop-up fishing gear. So pop-up fishing gear is when the buoy and the line stay on the seafloor with the pot, and then the fisherman uses an acoustic signal to retrieve the gear. There's been a lot of progress made on this. Fishermen in California are testing pop-up gear. This last spring, 19 commercial fishermen out of Monterey Bay, Half Moon Bay, and San Francisco used pop-up gear. It was very successful, profitable, and safe for whales. They harvested 229,000 pounds of crab, valued at about $1.5 million, and retrieved 98% of the gear which was set, which is actually slightly better than what you get with the conventional gear types. And then just on Wednesday, the California Fish and Game Commission approved an expanded test up to 40 fishermen that can test this gear next spring. So there's big advancements. We would like to be able to work with the department, with the commission, and fishermen here in Oregon to advance this gear as a way to have a whale-safe, sustainable fishery that's productive and safe for whales. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And we'll go to our alarm system.
I thought that was my time.
I'm from the coast.
Beep, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
that's all right. We just had tsunami warnings at the coast, so I'm tuned into those. Ben, we'll go ahead and go to Francine. And Commissioner, just to tie pieces together, we did hear in the budget, interestingly enough, about incidental take permit and getting a bit more resource. I mean, it's distressing to hear about the whales, but it looks like we're at least moving that along. So let's go to Francine then, on Francine Kershaw.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall.
Thank you,
and
Ben.
Commission members. My name is Francine Kershaw, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council. And my comments, as Ben said, are designed to follow directly on from Oceana's, and will provide more detail on the state's current whale entanglement management measures and the recommendations that were put forward by Oceana, NRDC, the American Cetacean Society, and the Center for Biological Diversity. So entanglement risk reduction measures for Oregon commercial Dungeness crab fishery were adopted in 2020 and extended last year. These measures include a 20% pot limit reduction, a 40 fathom depth restriction, and a late season tag requirement, which are implemented on May 1st through the end of the crabbing season on August 14th. However, a peer-reviewed scientific paper authored by scientists at Oregon State University and the department and published in 2023 indicated that these measures are not based on the best available science as we know today. So this paper by Solenn Deville and co-authors, which we submitted to the record for this meeting, shows that entanglement risk off Oregon begins to peak in April, which is a month earlier than when the current regulations come into effect, and also in nearshore waters shallower than the 40 fathom limit. And an additional development, as Ben mentioned, are the significant advances in pop-up gear testing in California in the last year, which have also been seen in other regions in the United States and internationally. And these advances present an opportunity to more seriously consider initiating similar testing efforts in Oregon. And as Ben noted, we would be very happy, excited to have that conversation. So in light of this information, our 4 groups respectfully request that the Commission include the whale entanglement issue as a formal agenda item early in the new year. And our goal is to start a collaborative conversation to fine-tune the state's current risk reduction measures to better align with the best available scientific information and improve protections for whales and the fishery. The department is scheduled to provide an update on its entanglement regulations in August 2025. And our hope is, by having ample time for meaningful dialogue in advance of that date, the Commission could instead consider asking the department to propose regulatory changes or take other actions at that time that would more effectively address this problem. And this intentional dialogue and the actions that may result will also position the fishery at the upcoming West Coast take reduction team meetings that are happening next year as having responded to the recent increase in entanglements in a way that best represents the need of Oregon's commercial Dungeness crab industry while simultaneously reducing entanglement risk. So thank you so much for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions now or following today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see questions, so we appreciate your, oh wait, we do have a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I didn't know whether to wait till the end, but I might as well jump in now. Thank you, Chair Wall. I had a conversation with Ben and Francine on Wednesday morning about their concerns on the recent, about the recent whale entanglements we've experienced this last year, and the research and the testing they're doing with pop-up gear recently in California. And I told them I'd be glad to make some contacts with the fleet, and maybe we could have some further conversations over these details. Anyway, I did manage to make contact with Bob Eder. They're getting ready for crab fishing, but I had a short conversation with him, and he's I think some of you met Bob on the dock at Newport last year. He's a top producing crab fisherman, and he's also a member of the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. So he's got a lot of area for input. And he was very interested in hearing more about the California pop-up gear testing. And he said he'd be happy to facilitate some further discussions on the whole thing. So anyway, just I'd throw that in there.
Go ahead.
I'd like to weigh in on this too, because I had a great conversation with you guys. Was that this week? Yes, thank you. The weeks are all pre-Christmas. Everything becomes like a mess. I love that you had a conversation with Commissioner Spellbrink, and we talked about, sitting in the room this morning, you see the budget that happens in Oregon, and with our ODF&W department and our capacity of what we can actually do. I love this idea of working with Commissioner Spellbrink and those willing in the crab fishery to try to circumvent just a whole lot of, years of nothing, and directly try to work together on potentially a small pilot like's happening in Monterey Bay with some of our willing crab fishermen, and test it and see if we can have some kind of a tiny success story here. And figure out how to fund that. And it may not be through the Oregon legislature or ODF&W. Maybe there's some funding out there to make something good happen here. So I was just, you don't have you don't have anybody more awesome, in my opinion, than Commissioner Spellbrink to try to make one tiny small good thing happen here around this innovation. So thank you, guys. Let's try to do something good. So when we meet in August or whenever, we have a little progress in a direction that would actually make a difference for everyone. Just a thought.
It's a good thought. And I want to just mention one quick thing, and that is, aside from what we just heard, we get information, and our staff produces information all year long, and it goes often into places that we don't see again. But what we just heard is the staff work on logbooks, and we're going to hear about a different logbook piece when Lynn Mattis comes up. That was the subject of, that was the basis for OSU to do their study to help look at this issue. So those studies that seem kind of hard to work your way through, and our logbook information it's crammed with some pretty good information that people are using. So just want to note that. Commissioner Labhart.
So Ben and Francine, I also just really appreciate the conversation that you had with me, and hard on the problem, not on the people. And so I appreciate your collaborative approach to try to work through this rather than just being adversarial. So that's the way to get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more for public forum, Jim McCarthy online. Thank you, Ben. Jim? Is he there? One more time for Jim McCarthy. Are you online? Okay. Then let's take a 10-minute break, come back for the exhibit, starting with exhibit A, and maybe we can get our power back.
Yours back, yours goes low.
Plug in here.
I think we'll go ahead and get started if people can come back to their chairs. Yes. Yep. We're just going to real quickly do Exhibit A, which is the minutes from the last meeting. And commissioners, if you have any questions or additions to that, he's on his way back. Yeah. And we have our two commissioners online. So if there are no revisions or questions, could I have a motion on the minutes, please?
I move to approve the minutes of the September 13, 2024 meeting minutes and continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the September 13, 2024 meeting minutes as was just read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this one, Commissioners. So those in favor, looks like we have Commissioner Khalil.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Yep, yes.
You. That one's unanimous. So if we could have Lynn Mattis come up then, please, to talk about groundfish fisheries regulations and a logbook, I might add. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Wall. Am I on? I think I am on. I just need to be a little bit closer. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert, especially new, welcome to our new commissioner. I think I'm the first staff presentation, so I hope I give a good first impression. I'm Lynn Mattis, the Marine Fisheries Management Section Lead with ODFW's Marine Program based in Newport, Oregon. I'm here today to talk to you about the 2025 Commercial and Recreational Groundfish Fisheries Regulations and provide a very brief update on the commercial nearshore fishery logbook. To meet the statutory requirements of ORS 508-953, Attachment 4 is the annual report on the commercial nearshore fishery, including logbook data. This report is informational and no commission action is needed and staff can be available for questions. Do you want to point out there was nothing significant, no red flags in this report this year, and compliance rate for logbook return was 95% this year, which was up a little bit from the previous year. So now on to the meat of this, which is the 2025 groundfish regulations, which will require commission action. The 2025 groundfish regulations are split into 4 parts. Number 1, adopting federal regulations. 2, adopting harvest guidelines for several species and complexes. 3, adopting commercial fisheries management measures. And 4, adopting recreational fishery management measures. I do want to first provide you some background information on how federal catch limits are set, since this is a key conservation tool and a critical part of maintaining sustainable fisheries. You've seen this diagram. I think this is the 3rd year in a row we've showed it to you because it's a very useful one, and it's courtesy of the National Marine Fisheries Service. I'm showing it again to show that setting sustainable catch limits is a multi-step process involving state, federal, and tribal biologists, economists, researchers, and modelers. Groundfish assessments off the U.S. West Coast go through a vigorous peer review process, including outside independent experts reviewers to ensure that the best scientific information available is incorporated. ODFW staff are involved in the stock assessment teams, with some additional staff being part of the review process. Once all of the data collection and modeling is complete and review has been completed, fisheries managers then set harvest levels at or below the long-term sustainable yield. Additional buffers are often incorporated to account for scientific uncertainty and/or management uncertainty, adding some additional levels of precaution. Federal annual catch limits and associated federal regulations are developed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council, with ODFW's participation through our agency's voting seat on the council. Currently, I fill that seat for groundfish items for Dr. Colbert. We also have staff on several technical and management teams that advise the council in the decision-making process. The federal ACL, or annual catch limit, for 2 key species are being reduced significantly beginning in 2025. Both are based on the results of full benchmark assessments conducted in 2023. Black rockfish off of Oregon are still considered to be in the healthy zone, but the overall scale of the biomass is now estimated to be lower than it was in previous assessments. Canary rockfish are in the precautionary zone, and similar to black rockfish, the overall scale of the biomass is now estimated to be lower than previous. These results result in the annual limits for black rockfish being reduced by approximately 33% and canary rockfish by approximately 55%. And out of the canary rockfish, the Oregon recreational share is being reduced by 58%. Federal regulations are developed using that best scientific information available and must be consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation Act, as well as other laws such as the Endangered Species Act, National Environmental Protection Act, Marine Mammal Act, etc. ODFW and the public are heavily involved in the 2-year council process to set the groundfish regulations. Therefore, we as staff recommend adopting the federal regulations by reference without modification. The next step, now that we have the federal allocations, is to set catch limits in state regulations for a number of species or species group, particularly splitting out to the commercial and recreational sectors as harvest guidelines or soft limits for each sector. Do want to note that the catches from the recent tribal MOUs are considered part of the recreational sector. These harvest guidelines allow ODFW to manage each of these sectors, commercial and recreational, independent of one another, so that they are not competing for fish during the season. In this table on the slide, each row is a species or group. In the allocation column, the percentage shows how much of the total limit for each species or group was assigned by sector in 2024. I do want to note these proportions have remained relatively unchanged since the early 2000s when they were first implemented. Looking at black rockfish, the top species, the top row of species, the commercial sector received 20% of the federal limit, which equaled 122.9, which is shown in the 2024 column, and the recreational sector received 76%, which equaled 389.1 metric tons in 2024. The staff recommendations for 2025 are in the far right column, and that is applying those same percentages to our federal allocations. With this significant decrease to the black rockfish federal catch limit and the canary catch limit, and what are going to be the resulting state harvest guidelines for 2025, and the need for some pretty serious regulatory changes to stay within those lower allocations, ODFW staff started reaching out to commercial and recreational fishery participants and associated businesses in the late summer of 2023, as soon as we saw the results of those assessments, and we have continued through the fall of 2024. On the recreational side, we held 3 public meetings in the fall of 2023 and 4 in the late summer of 2024, with 1 meeting each year also being available in hybrid format with participants both in person and online. Public meetings were announced via news release, posted on the inside on the ODFW webpage, shared to things such as Nextdoor, and sent via a listserv to over 23,000 contacts. Staff also had several meetings with our informal marine sport fishing advisory committee and spent the 2 days at the Saltwater Sportsman Show in Salem in February talking to anglers one-on-one. For the commercial fishery, staff hosted both a North and a South Coast public meeting in the fall of 2023 and again in the fall of 2024, with one meeting of each being in the hybrid format. The Commercial Nearshore Advisory Panel, which is a more formal advisory panel, had also had several meetings during that time period. Commercial meetings are also announced via news release. The information on those are also sent to every vessel or buyer who has purchased more than 500 pounds of fish, and as well as a listserv that is sent out. Additionally, throughout the year, as information has come about, we have had phone calls, people dropping by the offices, emails with fishery managers and the fishery participants to try to discuss how we move forward. So now stepping into the management measures for the commercial nearshore fishery. ODFW's management objectives for this fishery are based on input from the fishery participants and have been consistent over time. Maximize opportunity while not exceeding catch limits, have predictable year-round seasons, and try to accommodate seasonal market demands. The tools we have available when managing this fishery are limited entry permits, which caps the total amount of participants, bi-monthly trip limits by species, which helps to stabilize the season, depth or area closures, prohibition on certain species, as well as gear restrictions. Going to give you a quick recap of what has happened this year. Effort in early 2024 was higher than average, but has tracked lower since mid-year to near 2023 levels, which were near the historic low. Landings of black rockfish, cabezon, and greenling have tracked lower than average throughout the year. Landings of the other nearshore rockfish species have tracked close to average, while blue and deacon rockfish landings are at record high for the third year in a row, with landings projected to approach the commercial harvest guideline for the first time since we established a black-blue limit in 2019. Current projections indicate impacts will remain below harvest guidelines through the end of the year for everything except the blue and the deacon rockfish. The recreational fishery is projected to harvest quite a bit less than its harvest guideline for blue and deacon rockfish. Therefore, even if the commercial fishery is exceeded by a little bit, the overall federal catch limit will not be exceeded, and there is no conservation risk. In-season trip limits for black rockfish were increased twice as landings and projected catches were tracking below the harvest guideline. And limits for all other species in 2024 remained consistent. Thinking ahead to 2025, as I mentioned, trip limits are the key measure we have in the commercial nearshore fishery. The goal of our trip limits is to distribute harvest throughout the year by creating per vessel limits for each 2-month period during the year. For black rockfish, there are different trip limits at different parts of the year, while for other species they are consistent. This reflects seasonal market demand for black rockfish, which is driven by local restaurants and fish markets on the North Coast. I do want to note, we try to achieve this desired predictability, but we monitor closely in season, as mentioned earlier, and can respond by adjusting trip limits if needed, if there's a conservation need, or if there's an opportunity to provide additional access. In this table, for each species or management group, the middle column shows what we started the year with in 2024, and that what we are ending with is in parentheses if there was any changes. As you can see, we used in-season changes this year for black rockfish, nearshore rockfish, cabezon, and greenling as impacts were expected to be well below their harvest guidelines. Now focusing on the proposed trip limits for 2025, which is in the far right column, surrounded by the maroon box. We are proposing Status quo from 2024 for everything except black rockfish. Black rockfish limits are reduced approximately 33%, proportional to the decrease in our federal catch limit and the federal HG. Other trip limit structures for black rockfish were discussed based on risk of exceeding the harvest guideline or being too cautious in leaving fish unharvested. Those who provided input ultimately recommended the proportional decrease to the trip limits with close monitoring of harvest and making in-season adjustments as needed. Again, our staff recommended trip limits are in the far right column. Assuming those trip limits are adopted, staff modeled what our projected impacts for 2025 will be. Do note this is a point estimate and there's a 50% chance of being over it or a 50% chance of being under it. All species or species groups are projected to be within their state harvest guideline except for black rockfish. The projected landings may be a bit of an overestimate given current seafood markets and recent landing limits put on vessels by fish buyers. Regardless, staff will monitor all species and species groups closely in season and make modifications if necessary to stay within the harvest guidelines. On to the recreational fishery management measures. Objectives for the recreational fishery are similar to the commercial fishery in the desire to provide as much fishing opportunity as possible while not exceeding harvest limits. Additionally, based on angler input, the goal is to keep the fishery open year-round as it's an important economic contributor to coastal communities as well as a food source. Try to have a bag limit of 5 fish or greater. Most anglers feel that a 4-fish limit may be a tipping point and we could lose angler interest in the fishery. 2 final objectives are to minimize in-season changes and regulatory complexity as possible. The tools that staff have at their disposal to manage the fishery are bag limits and fish length limits, depth and area closures, species-specific prohibitions, gear restrictions, and mandatory descending devices. Recreational effort in 2024 was similar to recent years with the exception of higher than recent effort in August by quite a bit. There were approximately 99,000 bottomfish angler trips through October of this year, and the 5-year average for an entire year is just over 103,000 for a full year, which we will probably come pretty close to again this year. This graph shows the number of bottomfish angler trips on the vertical axis and the month on the horizontal. 2024 is in yellow and the 5-year average is in blue. As you can see, effort was similar to the 5-year average through June, with the exception of higher than average in May. July was lower than average, with August well above. July and August effort are driven by other fishing opportunities such as salmon and albacore tuna, as well as weather. And then the fall storms did start a little early in September in this year, which reduced effort in September and October. So even with the high bottomfish effort, total year-end impacts for 2024 are projected to be within all of the fishery harvest guidelines, except for our other nearshore rockfish complex. ODFW recreational fishery managers conferred with the commercial fishery managers similar to blue and deacon rockfish, and the commercial fishery is expected to be fairly below their harvest guideline. Therefore, if the recreational fishery goes a little bit over, there is no conservation concern, and we will not exceed our federal limit. Total black rockfish harvest was below the 2024 harvest guideline, but it is still above our 2025 harvest guideline. Some of the decrease in black rockfish harvest was likely due to this fishery being open to all depths for the first time since the early 2000s. This has provided anglers with more opportunity to spread out, go offshore to target bigger lingcod, and take some pressure off of the black rockfish. And there's still some uncertainty about how that will impact, as it's only been in place for 1 year. During discussions with anglers and charter captains over the last 18 months, a number of management measures were discussed, considered, and analyzed by staff. These included seasonal closures, closing certain months, similar to how Washington and California operate their fisheries, However, the key months of July or August would need to be closed to get any real savings and effort in black rockfish impacts. This was not supported by most anglers, as those are the most popular fishing months as shown in that previous graph. The use of a sub-bag limit for black rockfish was also discussed as a way to try to keep the overall bag limit no less than 5 fish. However, several years ago, when there was a sub-limit for black rockfish, there was a lot of discard mortality as anglers caught and released a number of black rockfish to find other fish to fill their bag. Staff heard report of one vessel releasing over 40 black rockfish to catch one non-black rockfish. Even with the use of descending device, this would produce quite a bit of discard mortality. There's also some concerns that novice or newer anglers may have difficulty in distinguishing between a blue or deacon rockfish and a black rockfish, leading to potential violations. We also discussed seasonal bag limit changes. Since there isn't enough black rockfish to get through an entire year with a 5-fish bag limit, have the bag limit change during the year. Considerations on when to have the lower limit and the higher bag limit were weather, when is school out and more families are out taking vacations and fishing, and what other fishing opportunities are available. Taking all of that into consideration, ODFW staff are recommending the following regulations for 2025. 1, keep it open to all depths year round. Have a 4-fish general marine bag with a 1 canary sub-bag limit and no cabezon. The no cabezon is not a change from January to June. Then in July through December, have a 5-fish bag limit with the 1 canary and 1 cabezon sub-limit. Lingcod would remain with 2 fish per year, minimum size 22 inches. The long leader gear fishery, which targets midwater rockfish, have that bag limit be 10 with no more than 1 canary. Maintain the 25 flatfish other than Pacific halibut. And a new opportunity we're able to provide in 2025 is a 10-fish bag limit for sablefish, also called black cod. That stock is doing well enough federally. There is more than can be caught by the fisheries, all the commercial and recreational fisheries. So we're recommending pulling sablefish out of the general marine bag and creating its own bag to provide some niche opportunity for those folks who like sablefish. And we are going to continue to prohibit quillback and yellow eye rockfish as the federal allocation just isn't enough to allow any harvest on those.
Lynn, before you leave that one on that sablefish, is that expected to be a new thing that starts happening, or you're going to try it for a year?
Chair Wall, it's a new thing that's happening. Some people really like sablefish and will go out and target it, mostly when they're out fishing for Pacific halibut. Is it going to draw tens of thousands of angler trips? Probably not, but it could a few hundred or a few thousand people will take advantage of it. It's an opportunity we can provide, so we wanted to see what to provide it and see what happens. It's in place for at least the next 2 years in federal regulations.
Okay, thank you.
So given the staff recommendations on the table on the page before, this table shows the projected catch and harvest guideline attainment under those management measures for 2025. I do want to note that cabezon is shown here to be 116%, even with the 1-fish sub-bag and season not opening until July 1st. Catches and average weights of cabezon vary greatly year to year, making their estimate more uncertain than others. As we all do every year, we will track cabezon and all other species closely and take in-season action if needed. Canary and black rockfish are also projected to be over their respective harvest guidelines. We will track and make adjustments as needed. The reduced bag limit and sub-bag limits are new and pretty different from 2024. And we do have some uncertainty in the modeling of what those limits will actually do to effort and harvest. Is that going from 5 to 4? Is that enough that it's going to impact effort? We don't have a way to model that, so there's a little more uncertainty there. And these estimates are made using a projection model that uses the most recent 3-year average for effort and 10-year average for CPUE, catch per unit effort, weight, etc. And the model has been reviewed and approved for use by the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee, the people with lots of PhDs behind their names. So that gets us through 2025, and wanted to give you all some information on what we are doing to inform future assessments, because assessments play a big role in this. The Marine Program and our research team are working to try to conduct an additional nearshore rockfish surveys. Additional survey points will lower the uncertainty with data and change how it is incorporated into future assessments compared to other data sources. We do want to note that a new assessment will not happen in 2027. Would happen in 2027 at the earliest if we have a 2025 survey, and could not be used in federal fisheries management until 2029 at the earliest. And the proposed ocean endorsement will help fund continuation of this survey in the long term so that it's better able to be incorporated into assessments. So to recap, your actions today for the 2025 groundfish regulations are to 1, adopt the staff recommendation as outlined in the draft OARs, 2, modify the staff proposals for 1 or more items, or 3, maintain status quo. I do want to thank my colleagues who helped prepare materials for this exhibit: Melanie Bukovic, Troy Buell, Christian Heath, and Dr. Kathleen Vestfalls. And with that, I will try to take any questions.
Great, thank you. And commissioners, are there questions? It looks like we have a couple. Let's go with Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner King.
So, Lynn, can you tell me just a little bit about the proposed ocean endorsement? I'm not familiar with that, or at least I should be, but I'm not. So,
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, as part of the fee structure package that has been proposed for the next cycle, there is an ocean endorsement. I believe it's $7 for residents and $2 for the daily permits or the daily licenses. And this would be created, money would be used directly to help fund the research for the marine and nearshore surveys. That way, it's not all coming out of the ad valorem on the commercial side. It would be dedicated funds to help with research to inform assessments on the marine side.
So was that a pop that I missed?
Commissioner Labhart, it was actually part of the fee bill proposal.
Okay, that's
is more dedicated resources to support those recreational ocean-going fisheries.
Any other initial questions? Go ahead, Commissioner King, and then we do have one person who would like to testify. Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Lynn. Always good to see you. My question is, you're always rocking a lapel pin, so what do you got today?
Special for you. I knew you would probably pay attention, so I dug through my archives, and it's a Pacific spiny lump sucker, and it is it's made from a life-size cast.
Wow.
Wow. What is this spiny lump sucker? Sorry, I got
It's next level. It looks like a lump, and it has a sucker on the bottom that attaches to rocks. They can get to be about softball size. There's a smooth one and a spiny one. The spiny one looks like it's got little chocolate chips all over the side. It was just, I was trying to add some flair just for you.
Thank you. I'll never forget this now. Pacific spiny lump sucker. That is a challenge to all of you out there. I've seen sage grouse. You know, like, you got to bring it. Just saying. Thank you.
Lynn, I do have a couple. Thank you for your report. And it can't be easy to recommend the kind of reductions that you're having to do this year. I do have one question before we have the testimony, and that is, you were talking about, there were increases, which were encouraging, but you were also talking about in the logbook report, some decreases in the size, which is concerning. You know, we see that in Chinook, but there were some average size decreases, not huge, but they're there. Could you just talk about that a little bit?
Chair Wall, was this in the commercial nearshore logbook report? I'm going to have to phone a friend on that one, if you don't mind. Dr. Vestfalls is sitting behind me, and I hope she can come up and provide some feedback on that one.
Just a real quick answer now or later, whatever. Yeah, that would be great. It's always concerning when we see size decreases showing up, average size.
Chair Wall.
Oh,
Do I press it? No, you're on.
oh, sorry. Thank you.
First time here at the commission. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and commissioners and Director Colbert. My name is Kathleen Westfalls. I'm the State Fishery Management Assistant Project Leader, and I was involved in putting together the fishery update. And so we look at market samples that the people in the stations are, sorry, we're looking at the samples that people bring in when they're sampling on the docks. And so there has been a trend over time where see these decreases in size and, ocean conditions in the past few years with marine heat waves, that have affected the ecosystem. And so there could be some environmental effects. Considering that we see this across many species. And so it is a concern, but there are also trends across other species too. So it's something that we're going to monitor and keep collecting samples from our port samplers and see what if there's an environmental tie to that.
Thank you. Maybe not encouraging, but it was a helpful answer. So thank you. Maybe if you two could just stay there while we let the person online who is.
There's.
Chair Wall, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
Question? Thank you, Lynn, and a very favorable impression from the first ODF staff that I heard from. So thank you. I just have a question, and this is, I don't know much about this subject, but the decrease in the federal fisheries and the numbers there, is that common, or is it a cyclical cycle where we'll see decreases every few years and then they'll increase again, or is this fairly unprecedented?
Chair Wall, Commissioner DeFree. Okay. Just making sure I pronounce it correctly. Every time we get a new stock assessment, there's changes because there could be some environmental changes. It could be some changes in some of the modeling. It could be changes, new information on the life history. For black rockfish and canary rockfish, a large part of the decrease was due to some changes in the modeling of the productivity. It's thought that they produce they don't produce maybe as many eggs as they did before, or they were assumed to before, or they don't grow as quickly. We often see changes with every assessment, maybe not as often as the 55% decrease in the canary assessment that has drawn a lot of interest. The Council Coordination Committee, which is an organization of all of the 7 regional fishery management councils nationwide, are actually going to be looking into stock assessments, how federal stock assessments are conducted. And additionally, the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which is our council here on the U.S. West Coast, is in the process of having outside experts come in and look at our overall process to make sure we haven't missed something, to make sure something isn't amiss in our process. We have faith in the data, but there's concern there may be something in the process. So we do see cycles in the biology and the productivity of species. There's also some of the impacts of the actual assessments and how they are conducted.
Thank you. Any other questions? Then let's hear, and again, if you two would mind staying here, Cole Stevens online for comments, and if you could keep them to 3 minutes, that would be terrific.
We has there.
It looks like he's there. It looks like you're still muted if I'm looking at the right symbol up there for Cole Stevens. Okay.
Thank you so much. Please disregard.
Disregard meaning you're not going to testify?
Correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting us know. And commissioners, if there are any other questions to staff, or if you'd rather move to a go ahead, Commissioner.
Lynn, so, I always read all the letters. So we got one letter that says myself and every fisherman I know are opposed to lowering the rockfish limits. I mean, this is a real ouch for everybody, I'm sure, and the assessments. They mentioned closing the season during spawning, closing the season in the winter, slots, limits on the lingcod, sub-limits, and many more. So you did a pretty good job of, I think, of talking about some of these. Did they mention any that you missed or that you were looking at everything here to, because I know, you know, the recommendation is going to be pretty tough. So.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, yesterday afternoon, I gave a presentation to another group called Between a Rockfish and a Hard Cap. And I think that really describes where we are with this. We are legally required to stay within these harvest limits. And given the tools we have in front of us, some hard choices have to be made. When we talked about having to do a seasonal closure, we hear stronger than the keep the bag limit higher than 4 fish, keep at least some opportunity open 12 months a year. We do have a few people who live on the coast and take it, not today, but want to take advantage of those nice days. Some people did specify that, you know, even if it's 4 fish, that helps feed their family for a week in the winter time. Slot limits for lingcod. Lingcod are actually in pretty good shape right now. Gets complicated with having to measure both big size and little size. We also did have a consideration for adding a 3rd lingcod. We can go up to 3 lingcod in federal rule. We proposed that to the public at our public meetings, and there wasn't good support. There was some support from a few people, but the majority of folks were not in favor of having a 3rd lingcod. They just didn't want us to go there. Going to a 4 fish bag limit is not ideal, but it was the least worst option we could find. And then the seasonality of it, if we started it in, say, June, went to 5 fish in June, there is a chance we would have to go back down to 4 or even close the fishery sometime in September. Starting it in July provides us a little more buffer to hopefully keep fishing opportunities open throughout the entire year. We've had a lot of great conversations. There's been a lot of anglers trying to provide innovative ideas and, hey, have you thought of this? And Christian and Melanie have done a great job of trying to model all of those opportunities. And like I said, what we have provided is the least worst option that we've come up with.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I was looking for the information here. I'm sure I just missed it on the slot limit for lingcod. What is the slot limit for lingcod this year?
Chair Wall, there is no slot limit for lingcod. That was one proposal, is to have one, but there's not a lot of people who are in favor of that. It's difficult to enforce. Trying to get a big lingcod on a boat and measure it. Some anglers don't like to keep the big lingcod because those are the big breeding females, and the meat is actually not as good as on some of the smaller ones.
Do the big ones tend to be females? Do they?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, generally, yes, the bigger ones are. It's not as big of a difference as there is, let's say, Pacific halibut, but some of the bigger ones do tend to be females.
Seeing no other questions, could I get a motion on this one?
Yeah, I can read the motion. I move to amend groundfish regulations as proposed by staff and attachment 3.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to amend the groundfish regulations as was just read into the record. Michelle, would you mind a voice vote on this one, please?
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFries,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you both very much.
If I may, Chair Wall, you all honored Mr. Leonard Krug. I just wanted to let you know at the November Pacific Fishery Management Council, Mr. Krug was honored there as well because he was a very big participant in that process. So his loss is noticed by many people. So thank you for doing that here as well.
Thank you for letting us know that. Thank you. Great to get that in.
Thanks for all your.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Commissioners, we are skipping item Exhibit C, the sea urchins, and it'll come back in February is what we hear. And so if we go to Exhibit D, R&E Board Appointment and Program Update, and we have Marty Olson and maybe an advisory committee chair or two. Yeah, fast back, you see.
Good morning, Chair Wall,
Go ahead. Good
Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, and Director Colbert. It's good to see you this morning. For the record, my name is Marty Olson. I'm the R&E and STEP coordinator for Oregon Fish and Wildlife. And I have with me today Dave Groshocks, who is the chair of the R&E board, and Steve Janego, who is the chair of the Salmon Trout Advisory Committee. Would you like formal, for the record, introductions for Dave and Steve now, or when they start on their portion of the presentation?
When they speak, it's great.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we have two issues to bring forward to the commission today. One is the R&E, an appointment to the R&E board to represent the public interest position. Issue 2 is an update on the R&E and STEP programs, excuse me, that both Steve and Dave are going to help me with this. So see here, let me make sure I hit the right button. There we go. So issue 1 is the appointment of a new member to the R&E board. And like I say, that is the position to serve public interests. So we had 3 candidates apply during an open recruitment for our board position. And after interviewing each candidate, we felt that based on Winter Rose's experience, he would be best suited to serve as a volunteer member of the R&E board representing public interests on the board. So Winter is an avid angler. He has a passionate love for fishing in the outdoors, and he is a certified angler ed instructor who regularly volunteers for the department at angler ed events and different fishing events across the state. Winter is a native Oregonian. He currently works at Intel as a research analyst, and he's worked there for the last 20 years or so. Winter holds a bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering technology. He served 8 years in the U.S. Navy. He was deployed 5 times on 3 nuclear capable ships. So unfortunately, Winter could not be here today, but I guess I'd like to give just a quick shout out. Winter, thank you for your service. So Winter also holds a bachelor's degree in history from Portland State University. He holds an MBA in finance from George Fox University as well. In addition to all of that, Winter also serves on the board of trustees for Northwest Academy, which is an alternative school in downtown Portland. They focus on arts, diversity, and unbiased perspectives. So he has a real tie to the urban population and underserved youth in the Portland metro area. So one other thing that I'd like to mention about Winter is he is one of the newest board members on the nonprofit organization Soul River Incorporated. So for those who don't know, Soul River Incorporated is a nonprofit organization. They have a core focus on pairing veterans and inner city youth together to create mentorship style relationships that connect young individuals to the outdoors through their mentorship programs with veterans of the armed services. So as a program, we're very excited to have the opportunity to recommend Winter Rhodes to the commission for consideration to fill the open seat on the R&E board. I have a draft motion prepared that I'll bring up on the screen, but I've saved it kind of for the end of the whole presentation. So when we get to the very end, I can bring up that draft motion if that works. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move into some quick program updates from both the STEP program and the R&E programs. What I'd like to do real quick is just kind of give a quick history on the R&E program as we start with that one. So prior to COVID, the R&E program and the STEP program would come to the commission maybe once a year or every so often and give updates. Since COVID kind of came into all of our lives, we moved away from that. And now this is kind of our first chance to come back to the commission and give some updates to everyone. So just some quick history on the program. So in June of 1989, the Oregon Fisheries Restoration and Enhancement Act was signed into law by the Oregon legislature. And that essentially created the R&E program. So through that legislative act, the RNE program is able to provide grant funding for projects that restore state-owned fish hatcheries, and we can provide money for projects that directly benefit sport anglers and commercial salmon fishers across the state of Oregon. So the RNE program operates on a biennial budget that ranges between $4 and $6 million per biennium. And the reason for that fluctuation is our income is based on the sales of sport angling licenses and commercial fishing licenses. So we receive $4 from each adult resident angling license sold. We receive $65 per commercial salmon troll permit. We receive $74 for each salmon gillnet permit sold. And then we also receive 4 cents per pound on commercial salmon and steelhead landings. So that money comes into the program, and then we allocate that out to projects on the ground. There's also some other fees associated with daily licenses and out-of-state licenses that are sold. Just for the sake of time, I won't go into each one of those fees that are out there, but that can all be seen on the ODFW website. All that money comes into a dedicated sub-account for the RNE program. And the important thing about that is that funding is protected. It can't be swept or used for other programs. When we get to the end of the biennium, and if there's money left over, we're able to roll that money into the next biennium. So we don't lose that money if it doesn't get spent. So we're able to hold that. And that's a little bit unique about our program. So the RNE program is overseen by a 7-member citizen advisory committee. And those members of that board are appointed by you folks on the ODFW commission. So Dave's going to give you a little bit more detail on that coming up here in another slide or two. So, maybe? Did it?
It flashed.
Yeah, sorry, I poked up too many. Here we go. Okay, sorry about that. So since 1989, the RNE program has put almost $70 million back out on the ground in the form of projects. So it's really a phenomenal amount of money and a phenomenal amount of good work that the program does. So just a few examples of some of the projects that the RNE program has helped fund are public fishing docks, ADA accessible fishing platforms and lakeside access paths, fish cleaning stations, new hatchery liberation trucks, and of course, hatchery repairs or restoration. RNE grant funds are awarded through a competitive grant process, and any public or private nonprofit organization may apply for funds to implement projects through the Restoration and Enhancement Program. So some examples of entities that are eligible to apply are soil and water conservation districts, sport fishing and commercial fishing groups, school districts, port districts, and of course, ODF&W can also apply as an applicant for those funds. But certainly we must compete openly with every other applicant that puts in. We cannot fund projects that are on private property that do not provide public access. So these funds must have the nexus of benefiting the public angler or the commercial fisher. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Dave Grosjost.
Yeah. Get the microphone where it works here. Good morning, Commission, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the Commission here and online, and new Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Dave Grosjost. I am a 37-year STEP volunteer on the Umpqua and the Rogue. I'm on a couple of Watershed Council boards, and I belong to 2 fishing clubs. So they're getting everything they can out of me. The duties of, and also the chair of the RNE board. The duties of the RNE board are to review project applications that come into us, and we talk about them and we decide is this the best use of fishermen's dollars? And we take a vote on each one. We don't pass all of them. Sometimes it's a split vote. Our board, like Marty said, is made up of, and I think they're up there, 7 members of the public, 3 from the commercial fishing industry, 3 sport fishing, and 1 at large. So this picture was taken at Tillamook on a dock that we were talking about maybe getting an application to replace that fishing dock, which is on one of the channels that come into Tillamook Bay, and a good fishing spot, they say. The money that comes into RNE, About 90% of it comes from the $4 surcharge on fishing licenses, and the other 10% comes from the commercial. So that's the income. So we try to spend the money in that same percentage. So we try to hit 90% and 10% on the types of projects that we fund. And when an applicant comes in, sometimes they will have an application that actually helps both. So that 90-10 split is something we always try for with sport and commercial. And then, it's the Restoration and Enhancement Board. So we also try to split it so that we have about 50% of the money that we spend and the applications that we vote on and that you approve, that we have about 50% of it goes to restoration, which has a lot to do with hatcheries, and 50% enhancement. So and we have actually, I have it always on my desk when we have a meeting. We have a set number of things that by statute we can spend it on. So they're very specific. We can't just go out and, buy a new whatever. And we make those, like I said, we make those recommendations to you and then you approve them. And thank you for that approval. Rarely does one come in where it isn't approved. It's been looked at by staff, it's been looked at by us, and by the time it gets to you. In the 21-23 biennium, the R&D program allocated $5.7 million to projects that the ODF&W Commission approved. And a lot of people who I know do not know what the Restoration Enhancement Board is, and they don't know what it does. So when I talk to fishermen, I just tell them that I'm spending their money, and that gets their attention. We haven't wrapped up the 23-25 biennium yet, but we're on track to spend about $4.5 million for this biennium. And we will have a meeting in March, and we will start then looking at projects that will go into the next biennium. Now, on the screen, there is a picture here of one of the projects. I love these kind of projects. I mean, I grew up here in Salem, and I mean, we fished the North Santiam, we fished the South Santiam, we fished Detroit Lake. We didn't fish these ponds. I call them city ponds. This is just south of Junction City, a pond there that the ODF&W stocks with fish. And you can see by the picture, this is the before picture, you can see by the picture that it's kind of muddy, and some of the kids there, I don't know, if it was a rainy day, they'd probably be falling in. Popular site, it's stocked by ODF&W, and it's not very far from Eugene. So it's a popular place to bring kids in the spring to catch a fish. And I know from personal experience, if a kid catches a fish, he's hooked. He's hooked for life most of the time. So here's the after picture. R&D funding was used to install ADA-approved pathways and platforms that extend out over the lake to provide easy fishing access for anglers. And I think you can see, I don't know if you can see in this picture, but the funding also provided picnic tables and kiosks. It just made it a great place to take kids and so on. Plus the ADA aspect. I mean, this is all ADA accessible. We actually put some large boulders in around part of the lake to give it a kind of a natural feel. And of course, the young boys, they want to stand out on those boulders because you can catch fish there that you can't catch in the other places. And that's the way it was when I was young anyway. And this project was somewhat over $150,000 that came from R&E. And I do want to mention again that a good amount of the money that is spent by R&E goes to ODF&W hatcheries, and that's where you guys come in. I mean, these are owned by the department, and they come to us for money, and that's part of our role is to help with funding infrastructure repairs on hatcheries. So Scott Patterson from ODF&W comes to us actually every meeting, and one of the big projects that he requested a couple meetings ago was a large amount of money, but it went to repairs in 8 different hatcheries. and he knows, where the repairs are needed. So he comes to us for restoration money, and we, most of the time, give it to him. And that's the end of my spiel. It was supposed to be 5 minutes and 17 seconds. I was a teacher. But I would like to thank the commission for your support in approving those. And also, I would like to thank the commission for all the dedication and time that you spend to help fishers and hunters in the state. We appreciate it. I know you don't get a lot of positive feedback, but this is positive feedback. Thank you for all the work that you do.
You too, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. So now we'll move into some updates on the STEP program. So let's see here. That's the slide one more. So the STEP program. So STEP is an acronym for the Salmon Trout Enhancement Program. And of course, that's a program that's administered through ODF&W. So similar to the R&E program. So the STEP program was created by the Oregon legislature, but it was created a little bit earlier. So it was created back in 1981. So the STEP program is actually just a shade older than the R&E program. So, and the primary focus of the STEP program is to rehabilitate and improve natural habitat of native fish stocks, to provide an avenue for citizen volunteer participation in achieving ODFW's fish management objectives, and to support public education programs that focus on improving salmon and trout populations across Oregon. So in the state of Oregon, you can see up on the big screen there, the state is broken up into these districts. So the state's broken into 10 different STEP districts, and each district has one full-time STEP biologist that does the work within that region and kind of acts as that liaison between the people in that district. So there's one little exception to that. So in the 10-mile Coquille district, it's down there kind of on the south coast, we actually have one STEP position, but it's split half and half between two people. So we actually have 2 half-time STEP bios in the Coquille district. So we actually have 11 STEP bios across the state of Oregon. So the STEP program is statewide, and it is all the same, but the one unique thing is that each STEP district does slightly different things than their neighboring district might. So what you'll find is on the coast, up and down the coast, the STEP districts there have more of a focus on fish propagation and STEP volunteer hatcheries. The mid-Willamette district, so the North Willamette district and the mid-Willamette district have a really high focus on educational, egg to fry type program, and just getting out in the community and into the classroom. So and then the Eastern Oregon district and the Upper Rogue district have more of a focus on habitat related work. So it's all good stuff, but it is slightly different. So if you look on the coast on the big screen there, well, there's the blue dots that are listed up there. So those are volunteer run STEP hatcheries. And you can see they're just along the coastal regions there. So and I guess I'd like to give just a quick shout out and say, without the tremendous support and commitment from our volunteer partners within the STEP program, we couldn't run these hatcheries. And I mean, it's the volunteers that come into the program are vital to the success of the STEP program. So so just to put a number out there, so in 2023, STEP volunteers released over 4 million salmon, trout, and steelhead from our STEP facilities and our acclimation sites across the state. So again, a tremendous amount of work. I'm sorry, Steve, I was trying to take over for you. You're up.
That's okay.
These are replaceable.
That's easy. Thank you, Marty.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, and Director Colbert. My name is Steve Janago, for the record. I currently serve as chair for the Salmon and Trout Advisory Committee, and also angler education instructor on the side, and help everywhere we can. Been attached to the STEP program and contributions for over 10 years now,
And so I'm just getting my feet wet compared to Dave, but we're getting there. So wanted to let you know that the STAC, I'll call it STAC, the committee that oversees STEP is made up of citizens, public citizens, and very similar to the R&E group, except that we're broke up by regions. So regional focus, and as Marty said, you know, it's quite different. As you traverse our state, we get into different things, and there's a call for different types of projects. And so quite diverse. We're governor appointed, and feel like we can bring a unique perspective to the commission, to ODFW leadership, that we do get to hang around the coffee shops and some of us in the pubs, I guess, and hear the talk about what's going on out there. And it's a unique perspective that we think is pretty valuable. We can serve up to 2 4 consecutive year terms. And again, I'd like to underscore that our role is to provide oversight, review the direction of STEP programs, investments, and then provide input and feedback to the commission and ODFW leadership. We've authored in the past a few position papers for you, and we're hoping you find those helpful. Again, it's a unique perspective because we interact, we are the public, and we hear so many things out there. And so we'd love to reflect that back to help you make good informed decisions. Yeah, and in fact, I think Commissioner Labhart, actually, I don't know if he'll admit it or not, but was on the STAC board and R&E for a little bit of his time. You know, the rumor on the street was that he decided to seek a lower stress role, so he decided to get a seat on the commission and go from there. But anyway, we're sure happy to have you there. Okay, Marty? Yeah, so you know, volunteers are pretty much the bedrock of what we do in the STEP program. It's without those guys, as Marty said, really, really tough to get the hours that it takes to implement some of these big programs and give our fisheries the care and feeding that they really need. We hear a lot about hatcheries, hatchery management, the operations, a lot of volunteers wrapped around there, and they're invaluable. But the breadth of projects, the areas that our volunteer base hit under the leadership guidance of our STEP biologists is just tremendous. The Eggs to Fry program, you know, that was one of those heartwarming stories to walk into classrooms and see the kids just gravitate to those tanks and name those fish when they're born and release them out there, you know, into the streams. It's really a fulfilling thing. And that takes a lot of energy from a lot of people to make happen. Lots of volunteers there. Salmon Watch, you know, watershed education, showing our younger folks how all this stuff connects together. Educational fishing events, you know, like Dave said, every time, you know, a kid can make a cast and hook up in a fish, it just leaves a lifelong impression. And, you know, they're going to be future anglers in Oregon for sure. And hopefully they'll take some of their friends with them. Christmas tree placements, nutrient enrichment, some of the things that we do in our rivers and upper watersheds to help out our fish, habitat surveys. I can tell you when I first started volunteering, my first introduction was on the Metolius River. And I didn't know there was an IQ test involved, but I got taken down there in this fast moving, very cold river and stood out there in my waders, and they handed me a backpack full of rocks and said, put these on your back and head out. And okay. So then I passed as a volunteer, you know, I said, okay. So the bar was set pretty low. It was, we get to do all kinds of things out there. And then invasive species on the east side, specifically been involved a lot with Jen Luke, our STEP Bio over there. It's an ongoing battle to keep those things at bay for sure. And so that, let's see, I also, there's something that we haven't really measured, but I think the more volunteers that get involved in these projects, and especially at a young age, kids that are setting their minds about careers, what they want to do for a living, planting the seed to be an ODFW employee, biologist, or volunteer. It's really great to touch those guys at an early age. So, okay, Mark. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so volunteers, they make a huge contribution to this STEP program. I could see last year, 3898 volunteers, overall 52,000 hours. That's a lot of time. Over 4 million hours donated, I think across since 81 for sure. And it's been a huge impact, I think, for the STEP program in general. I can't say enough about what it takes to be committed when you're out there, not on a salary, but just working for the passion and the commitment to the fish. Let's see here. I also wanted to make a point too. Although we're having good success with our volunteer base, we're all getting a little bit older, and to keep this for the future, to keep a base that can execute STEP programs, help our STEPS bio, we need to provide care and feeding to that base. We've seen since the pandemic about a 50% drop in the number of volunteers. And, if you go to any volunteers across the state of Oregon, folks are witnessing the same thing. There's a trend, it's falling off. And so it takes energy, care and feeding to do that. Consumers, as we know, they vote with their wallet. Volunteers, we vote with our time and our passion. And really, at the end of the day, that's what we're after, is lining those people up. So it's just concerning to us. We're out there stirring things up all the time. We want to make ODFW the best place to volunteer, just the best place to volunteer. And volunteers, I think, to fill their tanks up, it's recognition, it's acknowledgement. I think it's having a sense of purpose. And I love what Director Colbert said about, you got to take time and celebrate a little bit sometimes when you do something well. And I think our opportunity to reach out to these thousands and thousands of Oregonian volunteers and said, you know what, we've got some record runs of coho salmon this year. We have some record runs of steelhead. All those Christmas trees that you put in up top, all of those hatchery fish that you released, all these things come together, and it actually did make an impact. And so if we can get that message out, I think it would help people kind of warm your heart. And since we haven't had a raise in about 20 years, it's really good to hear that kind of a message. So next one. A key domino in this whole thing is our STEP biologists. And, we've been at a level at about 10 FTE for 10 to 20 years. It's the same number of STEP bios out there. And what we find is not only are these folks super smart, you can get smart just standing next to them. It's really great. But when they get out in a community and they start talking about our fish projects, people tend to gravitate around them. And then they get them involved. And then those folks that signed up for that one backpack trip to release trout in a high lake, they tell their friends. And those people go out and tell their friends. And pretty soon you see your volunteer base grow, and there's momentum there. And quite frankly, we're in competition right now with every volunteer organization in the state. People have just so much time, and they're going to give it to a place that feels good to them. And so these STEP bios are really the catalyst to make things happen. They're our community reach. They get people loving their rivers and lakes and stuff in the community, and get people to raise their hand when it's time to do some heavy lifting. So I can't stress enough about how critical those STEP bios are. Okay. And yeah, so kind of in closing, as I said before, we provide a unique perspective, I think, on behalf of the commission and ODFW leadership on what the public feels out there, what the public sees. You won't find a slimy or slippery set of waiters and stuff across the board in terms of our volunteer base out there and the staff members themselves. They're out there every day swinging. You know, they know what's going on out there, and so that's an important perspective that we really want to give you to help you make good decisions. And I also think, you know, specifically the financial decisions that are made. We know it's a zero-sum game, and we know money is tight. I just hope that, you know, we don't overlook that hidden workforce we have, which is the volunteer base, because we will go away. If there's not energy put in, that will go away, and then we'll start trying to figure out why things aren't getting done. And the key full-time employees in ODFW will be pulled into those roles, and then things slow down to a grinding halt. So really just encourage us to take good care of those guys. Let's see. And I think that's it. I would just like to let you know that I'll continue to advocate for all of the STEP goals and direction, continue to advocate for the volunteers out there. It's humbling to stand here in front of you, or sit here in front of you, and try to represent those thousands of people that are out there working right now while we're sitting here talking about it. And it's an honor and a privilege. And to echo Dave's point, thank the commission for everything you guys do. It becomes very clear that your hearts are in this stuff too, and it's great to be around you. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Steve. I'll pull up the draft motion, and I guess I'd like to take just a quick minute. Steve, I'd like to thank you, and Dave, I'd like to thank you guys for both volunteering and being here with me today and helping with the presentation. So thank you for your volunteer time. Here's the draft motion that we prepared for the recommendation to appoint Winter Rhodes to the R&E board.
Thank you. We have a director and a couple commissioners that would like to ask questions or make comments. So I think we'll go first with the director and then to the two commissioners, if that's okay.
If I could just say, first of all, thank you to Steve and Dave for all of their service to Oregon. And, you know, we talked earlier about the general fund and the 25-27 budget and some of the really tough decisions. We also mentioned to you the $8 million in planned reductions on the license side to make sure that we're living within our means. And those are all really tough choices. But we worked really hard in the 25-27 budget to hold our STEP program harmless to any reductions. You know, it's one of many amazing programs that leverages just this tremendous passion that Oregonians have. And I love that bullet that you had with the little cape.
Oh, yes.
On the volunteers, and just really appreciate the report and all of the work that y'all do.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So I want to look you both in the eye, Dave and Steve. I want to reflect back to you. You reflected to us, but I want to reflect back to you and thank you for your leadership, for stepping up into leadership roles in both the R&E board and the STEP advisory committee. That's a big job to do, to sometimes herd cats, and sometimes it's a little difficult to serve, and for you to have the passion to do that, for your hundreds, or if not thousands of hours of volunteer service and volunteer time, it doesn't go unnoticed by this commission, I can guarantee you. It doesn't go unnoticed by the department. We can't do it without volunteers. Well, we can, but it ain't going to be very good. And so thank you very much for your service. And I have a question for you, Dave. Who are we replacing with this nomination? Who's?
Yeah, it was Commissioner Labhart. It was Kay Brown.
Okay.
Who was a former employee of ODFW, and she was the public at-large person on the R&E board, and very valuable person. Whenever there was something that came up that had to do with funding, I would go sit next to Kay because she had the right answers on anything that had to do with funding.
I actually knew that. I just wanted to, so I wanted to, I hope Kay's watching because she's served on for 8 years on this, the R&E board. And she actually stopped at my house one time when you were meeting over in Central Oregon. And she just had the passion. She says how much she enjoyed being on the R&E board and her commitment to it. And so we've lost a good one there, but we'll miss her. But you know, it's nice to see people that willing to step up and place themselves for 8 years to be a volunteer for these kind of projects. So, hey, congratulations on your retirement. And yeah, she's probably listening. So, thanks, Kay.
You, Commissioner Spellbrink, and then Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, a couple things. One thing is, I remember a couple of years ago, there were some potential cuts coming down the line. They ended up not happening, so that was good. But I had talked to Robert Bradley over district fish biologist in Tillamook about, you know, if some of these cuts happen, what can you live without? What can't you live without? And the first thing he said, I'd hate to lose, would be my step biologist. Yeah. So that said a lot right there. Anyway, and then the other thing I had was, and this for Marty, we kind of talked about this a little bit, but looking over the agenda item summary and candidate interest forms, it looked like Joe Watkins was a great candidate too. He fit all the qualifications criteria that I saw in there. But in addition to his 31-year ODF&W career, he's also a licensed sport fishing guide and commercial fisherman. So did staff kind of feel that he would be better fit maybe in one of those positions?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. Yes, so we had 3 very qualified candidates put in this time. Joe Watkins definitely being one of those, and Jay Kim as well. When we went through the interview process, you know, and we started kind of weighing all the resumes together, we really felt that Winter Rhodes' connection with the underserved youth from working at the school, his connection with the urban population in Portland, really kind of gave him that edge to be able to connect with the general public. So that's why the scales kind of tipped in his favor there. So, but certainly you are correct. Joe Watkins has a deep connection with the commercial fishing industry, the commercial salmon fishing industry. He has a connection with the sport angler, and certainly he has a knowledge of the ODFW hatchery infrastructure due to his longtime career with ODFW.
Yeah,
so
I'm hoping maybe that when one of those positions opens up, that he'll reapply.
Sure.
Those positions. So,
certainly. Thank you.
thank you.
Vice Chair, thank you.
Yep, I just want to weigh in too and thank you all for what you're doing. And not just thank you, but thank the thousands of volunteers and the miles of restoration that go in and just the energy that's out there. And I'm hoping we have, I think Commissioner Khalil is our social scientist thinking about certain things sometimes, but I'm concerned about our dip in volunteers post-pandemic. And I think some of you have seen what's happened is our this has gone up. And getting out there, touching soil and fish and hanging out with each other has gone down. So hopefully we'll regroup a little bit. So thank you for what you do.
I would add my thanks as well. And a remarkable job of presenting a public message about volunteers, I think. So thank you for that as well. Plus, a rumor about Commissioner Labhart. Nobody else has brought that to us. So there you have it. Thank you very much for your work. We don't have anybody online or here to testify on this one. So I think we can look at a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to appoint Winter Rhodes to a 4-year term as the public representative on the Restoration Enhancement Board.
I get second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Winter Rhodes to a 4-year term, as was just read into the record. And just to let people know, we have lost camera, but still have sound with our, actually they're back. Oh, Okay, I'm outdated. She's back. Let's do a voice vote, if you will. Michelle.
Halil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimous. And let's go on to, if we could, item E. And who do we have up for that one? Access and Habitat Project Funding, and I believe that Travis is on, he's here. I was expecting you online. Welcome.
Tradition.
Exhibit E.
Okay. Hello, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator. I have one A&H Board recommended project before the commission today. The project has two parts. First, to extend the open fields access projects for 1 year, and two, a block grant program that allows for Wildlife Division approval. The project is needed to utilize additional funds that were awarded to the department from the NRCS for our open fields program and to ensure that all funds are spent by the deadline of September 1, 2025. The block grant would be for habitat projects only. All the rules that apply for our previous BPA HIP grant would apply to the additional funds that were authorized as well. So wouldn't be on private lands only. All projects would need an access component, and that no more than 25% of the total grant can be applied to habitat work. Habitat work is most likely to occur on existing A&H access areas or open fields access areas, although new individuals could apply provided that they hit all the other checkpoints that are required of that program. So they would have to have an access component as part of their project. A detailed description of the project in the outline was included in the commission packet. As an update, the OARs for the Access and Habitat Program allow for emergency fire reseeding projects on an expedited approval process. Emergency meetings can be called by the A&H Board, and if a project is recommended for funding, the Director's Office is allowed to approve funding rather than the Commission. The expedited process ensures that our approval process does not limit reseeding efforts after a fire. Emergency fire seeding projects must be on private land, reseed critical habitat with the local district wildlife biologist approved seed mix, and the funds can only be utilized for reseeding work. The A&H Board met most recently on Monday for an emergency meeting and approved an additional project. So there are now 4 projects that have been approved for fire reseeding, totaling 3,500 acres, roughly 2,100 acres on the Ty Ridge area. That was burned over by 2 fires, and 1,500 acres in northern Malheur County that were also burned over by 2 fires of about 1,500 acres. The projects start restoration efforts post-fire. They restore sage grouse habitat and mule deer winter range, fight the spread of invasive annual grasses, and build in greater resiliency towards fire with fire breaks. With that, I thank you and can take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Travis. We do have a question from Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Now, just noting, we were talking about all of the volunteers. As far as I understand, aren't the Access and Habitat Board, are they volunteers as well? So again, we need to, I guess, be thankful for all of our volunteers. And in fact, one was here. I don't know where Amy went, but is Amy from OHA one of the volunteers as well?
Yeah, she is the chair of the Access and Habitat State Board.
Right. So I guess just in general, we are dependent on so many levels on the service of our volunteers. And so it's important to know that and to thank all of them as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I will convey that to the board.
Thank you. We have another question, Travis, from Vice Chair.
Not a question, just a statement to say thank you. And also, I think it's very interesting. Yesterday, we had our Working Lands session, and one of the issues that we know we're facing on our lands after these fires is reseeding to try to keep the invasive weeds in, which is so important for sage grouse and all the other critters that need a good feed source. So I just want to connect that to what's going on yesterday. So fragmentation of the landscape, as well as these fires really degrading the landscape, is a big deal. And this is a small way where we're making some progress, right? Landscape scale. What's our focal area? Landscape scale. Climate adaptation. We're hitting them all. Landscape scale, climate adaptation. Are we doing anything in terms of our map? Likely our disparity map.
Yeah.
Yep.
Essentially, I have a new map that I'm happy to show at some stage, but one of the things that I've been showing is socially vulnerable areas are more susceptible to wildfires. So yes.
Boom, boom, boom. Hitting all our focal areas in one presentation. Thank you.
Good connection with that. Travis, the last group might have gotten the award for best message about volunteers, but brevity is the one that you get. So thank you for that. We don't have anybody online or in the room asking for to testify. I do have a quick question about the block grant projects. Are those, the extension, is that only for the projects that are ongoing, or are there, we might have some new ones for that?
Chair Wall, yes, there is the potential for a new project. So a new landowner that's not currently enrolled in one of our programs could be part of it. They would just have to hit all of the other federal grant requirements.
Thank you. That helps. Commissioners, is there a motion on this one, please?
Sorry,
I happily will
Chair
read
Wall,
this.
could I pop in really quick?
Yes, yes.
Quick question.
There's somebody. Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner DeFries. One of the bad news pieces about being online is I often don't notice the hand, so thank you for speaking up.
And hold on for a minute, because we can only barely hear you. Michelle's doing something.
Tell me when.
It'll be just a second, we think.
Okay, let's see if that'll work, because I got to reboot it.
Go ahead, try again, will you, Commissioner DeFries?
Can you hear me better now?
Not much.
I can speak up. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Get really close to your microphone.
Perhaps this question is too granular, but also thinking after the workshop that we hosted yesterday, looking at climate resilience, I'm just wondering, with the reseeding mixes, I know it's very difficult to try to get native seeds, but also thinking, are the biologists who are approving these lists thinking about what species should be going back onto these landscapes that will be better for climate resilience going forward? And are they trying to source these seeds from regional seed stocks?
Question. Travis, did you get the question?
Okay. Yeah, no, I heard the question. So it's because of the speed for this particular year and the, for lack of another word, a tragic fire season for Oregon, trying to get anything resembling regional or native seed source stocks is impossible. The BLM secured every ounce of that early on. So a lot of what we are putting into areas are some native plant species, but and also some cultivated ones, just to provide aspects that wouldn't be there for our native seed stock. So as an example, most of the projects have a fire line being reseeded with forage kochia. It stays green longer, it provides decent structure, and it should hopefully be into the future a better fire break and help to keep that area from burning as readily, but also for the animals that are utilizing the area, because it stays greener longer, it provides a better, more robust seed source and forage source further into the summer. So it does help a bit with drought and climate issues. So we're trying to replace and replicate the structure of the habitat that's required by the wildlife there as best we can with the seed stocks that we have. But certainly all seed stocks are considered.
Thank you. Vice Chair, did you have oh, okay. Thank you. Then could we have a motion on this one, please?
I'll read the motion happily. I move to approve the open fields access project extension and block grant recommended by funding for the Access and Habitat Board.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the open fields access projects extension as read into the record. Could we have a voice vote on this one? Whoops.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
and Wall.
Yes, thank you. It's unanimous. Great job on the microphones, Michelle. Thank you for that. Thank you, Trav.
Use less and,
There's a lot of hobby farmers out there. I call them hobby farmers. They got one horse and, they've got to water right and and they're watering it wrong.
Hey, well, my story, I've finally figured out there's to be certain water and I've always had lodge and my house.
Yeah.
A whole different story. Yeah.
You guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me online?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
going down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, yeah. The clicker. Yeah, I thought it might be right here. All the microphones are on. So, okay, does it sound a player? No. No, this was. Red button. I'm not gonna push it. Okay, see what we got left. We've got, is this mine? Yeah. So is it? They do start to be yeah, and it's. Redoing that. That's, yeah, we'll talk about that. And then holidays. It's fun to find out. She said she has lots of interest in this. Good thinking, good thinking. Curious to know what happened. Let's go. Hey, how are you? Not bad.
I think I'll get to go up there. Big brother.
5 minutes, but today 5 minutes is a very long time. Yeah. Yeah, I have. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Okay, I think we'll try to go ahead and get started again.
Oh, let me just.
She's right there. Okay, go ahead. If you will introduce yourselves for the record, please, and we'll get started on this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, and Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Kelly Reese, and I'm the Willamette Fish and Wildlife Policy and Program Manager for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here with Jennifer Ringo, the South Willamette Watershed District Manager, to provide a brief overview of the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program and to share details of 3 proposed habitat acquisitions adjacent to Fern Ridge Wildlife Area near Eugene that have been recommended for funding through the WWMP. Oh, my co-chair, is it? I'd have to take that away. In 2010, a settlement agreement between the Bonneville Power Administration and the state of Oregon permanently settled the wildlife mitigation obligations related to the construction and operation of the federal flood control and hydroelectric system in the Willamette River Basin. The agreement includes approximately $117 million over 15 years to protect a minimum of 16,880 acres of Willamette Basin wildlife habitat. At least 10% of project acquisition funding is required to go towards projects that also provide benefits to Endangered Species Act listed anadromous fish in support of the 2008 Willamette Biological Opinion. Another $26 million is paid to ODFW to manage the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program through 2025, including running the project solicitation and developing project selection criteria to inform the recommendations. The agreement references continued operations and maintenance funding for ODFW from 2025 through 2043 to help develop and maintain native habitat characteristics on ODFW's WWMP acquisitions. The agreement encourages participation by the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, and Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. Habitat protection priorities are based on the Oregon Conservation Strategy, the state's Wildlife Action Plan. Willamette Basin habitats and the wildlife that depend on them are under significant pressures, including from land use conversion and urbanization, altered fire regimes, and habitat fragmentation. Resulting impacts are amplified by a changing climate. The Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program works with willing sellers to protect a diversity of important habitats in decline throughout the basin to achieve landscape scale conservation. We use several strategies to meet our mitigation protection goal. Conservation opportunity areas focus habitat investments and improve the likelihood of sustained ecological impact at the basin scale. On this map of the Southern Willamette Valley, conservation opportunity areas are highlighted in the peach polygons, or maybe beige. Properties shown in red and purple have already been protected using BPA funds. Properties shown in blue have been recommended for protection and include the 3 properties we'll be discussing today. Projects are recommended for protection following a rigorous technical review process that considers several factors, including the presence of important habitats and their condition and ecological function, habitat connectivity, and restoration potential. Tribally assigned cultural significance is also an important part of the selection process. Cost share and partnerships are encouraged. Direct cost share of more than $9.2 million allowed the program to have an additional solicitation year at no additional cost. We conducted our final project solicitation earlier this year. To date, we have closed on almost 15,500 acres, with more than 2,100 acres currently going through the realty process, including the projects we'll be talking about today. If all recommended projects close successfully, we'll exceed our mitigation target by almost 800 acres. Wow. Support for long-term conservation of wildlife and their habitats is expanded by providing public access consistent with the conservation values. Ultimately, these strategies for landscape scale conservation help to increase the resiliency of native wildlife species throughout the Willamette Basin. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Jennifer Ringo, who will discuss the 3 proposed Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program acquisitions near Fern Ridge Wildlife Area.
Thank you, Kelly. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, members of the Commission, and Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Jennifer Ringo, and I'm the South Willamette Watershed District Manager. I'm excited to tell you about these proposed acquisitions, but first I want to give you a better idea of why they are so important for conservation. The proposed acquisitions, shown on the map in red, are adjacent to the roughly 6,000-acre Fern Ridge Wildlife Area, the green area bordering Fern Ridge Reservoir. Fern Ridge Wildlife Area is managed by ODFW and is largely under Army Corps of Engineer ownership. The portion of the wildlife area the ODFW owns is directly adjacent to these proposed acquisitions and highlighted in green. These properties were acquired previously through the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. The 3 proposed acquisitions would add 222 acres to the wildlife area. This area around Coyote Creek has been an ODFW priority for over a decade due to its high-quality wetland, prairie, and oak habitat. It is located within the West Eugene Area Conservation Opportunity Area, which contains the largest remaining fragments of the Willamette Valley's native wet prairies. All 3 properties are also within a priority wildlife connectivity area identified through ODFW's Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project. They're also in a core conservation area identified in the Willamette Valley Oak and Prairie Cooperative Strategic Action Plan. These properties, if acquired, will add to the network of protected areas around Coyote Creek a key open space anchor in the Rivers to Ridges vision, a regional planning effort for connected parks and open space in the South Willamette Valley. This effort has been endorsed by many organizations and local elected officials. All of this is just to say that these potential acquisitions are very strategic and have been identified in a number of prioritization efforts. Now I'm going to tell you about each property, starting with South Cody 4. So there's South Cody 4, 5, and 6. Not the most creative names, but sorry about that. South Cody 4 is a 79-acre property that has most recently been used for private duck hunting and haying operations. It is a key connection ecologically and administratively between the wildlife area's existing West Coyote and South Coyote management units. It consists of a mosaic of riparian and wetland habitats and fills a strategic gap in protected ownership along Coyote Creek. The property will be accessed by the public and for habitat management via Halderson Road from the west and Cantrell Road from the north. Acquisition of South Coyote 4 presents an opportunity to restore wetland habitat and native plants to benefit strategy species such as northern red-legged frog, northwestern pond turtle, willow flycatcher, yellow-breasted chat, and dusky Canada goose. Cackling geese, deer, elk, and beaver also use this property. And I wish that this slide has sound because the picture you're looking at of that wetland in the spring, the sound of the Pacific tree frogs is deafening. It is just incredible. South Coyote 5 is a 56.74 acre property consisting of flowing water and riparian habitat along Coyote Creek, as well as wetland and mixed deciduous forests. Coyote Creek runs through the southwest corner of the property and is bordered by large oak and ash trees and a wide riparian corridor. The property is bisected by a BPA right-of-way. Access to the property is via Cantrell Road to the north and walk-in access for the public from ODFW's neighboring South Coyote unit to the west. The City of Eugene owns and manages Coyote Prairie, a wetland mitigation bank to the east. Acquisition of this site will greatly increase the area of contiguous riparian forest and will aid in the restoration of natural water flow across ODFW's and the City of Eugene's properties. The riparian habitat is in very good ecological condition, and we don't anticipate having to do extensive restoration on this property. The vision for this property is to enhance the existing riparian forest, mainly by controlling invasive species, which would improve habitat for a variety of strategy species, including the ones that I mentioned for South Coyote 4. South Coyote 6 is approximately 90 acres and is adjacent to the South Coyote Unit Complex and the City of Eugene's Coyote Prairie. This acquisition requires a lot line adjustment, so this map may not reflect the final property boundary. Public access to this property will be walk-in only from the South Coyote 5 property to the north or from the South Coyote properties to the west. Habitat on the South Coyote 6 property consists of flowing water and riparian, wetlands, and land currently held in agriculture for hay production. Once the property is secured, the agricultural fields will eventually be converted to native wet prairie habitat, benefiting species such as western meadowlarks and federally threatened streakthorn larks. These species depend on having large areas of unbroken open habitat. Shorebirds and waterfowl would also benefit. These properties will be open to public access consistent with the wildlife area objectives and conservation values of the properties. Limited parking accommodation will be assessed as South Coyote 4, with South Coyote 5 and 6 allowing walk-in access from the existing South Coyote unit. We anticipate these acquisitions to be managed with similar rules and regulations as the South Coyote unit. If these properties are acquired, ODFW will develop a management plan for each property that will prescribe how it will be restored and managed to be consistent with the purposes of the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. The management plans will describe what types of public access and activities will be allowed. These plans will be reviewed by BPA and other conservation partners and neighbors. Following approval, the management plans will be incorporated into the Fern Ridge Wildlife Area Management Plan. Long-term management will be administered by Fern Ridge Wildlife Area. BPA provides a lump sum stewardship payment for each property to offset management costs. ODFW will work with partners to secure funds such as OWEB and NACA grants and implement restoration. Potential partners include Ducks Unlimited, Long Tom Watershed Council, and the City of Eugene, who have all written letters of support for these acquisitions. We also have a track record of working with these groups to do restoration on other adjacent properties. These proposed acquisitions will fill in some of the missing pieces that connect existing conservation properties. Not only will this facilitate management and restoration of these properties, but larger areas of connected habitat will increase the habitat value and function for wildlife and increase species climate resiliency. If protected, these 3 properties, in addition to existing wildlife area management units, will protect about 2 miles of the Coyote Creek riparian corridor. The proximity of Fern Ridge Wildlife Area to the communities of Eugene, Springfield, and Veneta provides a great opportunity to connect people to the outdoors. The staff recommendation is to approve the acquisition of the South Coyote 4, 5, and 6 properties, approximately 222 acres in Lane County, and direct staff to proceed to escrow closing upon completion of all processes required under Oregon law for land acquisition. Thank you. This concludes our presentation. We can take any questions at this time.
Thank you both. Commissioners, any questions? I have just not so much questions, but just a couple. Well, one of them's a question. Another year of project, you said, because of, I think what you were talking about, Kelly, is that we got another year of project money because of the amount of cost share that was happening with these, which seems like quite an achievement.
Chair Wall, thanks for the question. Commissioners, we did not receive additional funding, but because of savings, because of direct cost share, we were able to have an additional solicitation. Yeah.
That's great.
It is. It's impressive. Says a lot about our partners.
Yeah, it does seem, correct me if I'm wrong, like there's there's a lot of local support for this. Is that growing and new, or is it always been there?
Local support from partners or from neighbors?
Both, actually, yeah.
Well, Chair Wall, I mentioned the Rivers to Ridges effort and that vision, and that has been going on for over 20 years. And that includes 19 partner organizations. So that's a very big effort. And now I think the momentum has just been growing with the Willamette Valley Oak and Prairie Cooperative. And, you know, that's kind of an emerging partnership. I think that has about 40 organizations. We did reach out to the local county commissioner. He voiced support and was appreciative just to, you know, to know about it. We haven't had any opposition from neighbors. We did conduct a public meeting in October, and there were some questions, but nothing negative. So,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, and seeing no other questions, could we get a motion on this one, please?
I move to approve the acquisitions of the South Coyote 4, 5, and 6 properties and direct staff to proceed with escrow closing upon completion of all processes required under Oregon law for land acquisition.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the acquisitions of the South Coyote 4, 5, and 6 properties, as was just read into the record. Could we have a voice vote on this one, Michelle, please?
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. And I would also like to thank you both very much, and congratulations on getting past your acquisition goal. That was great. So thank you. We'll go to Exhibit G in just a minute, but before that, I'd like to take just a second to recognize the state representative from my area, my part of the South Coast, Representative Court Boyce. So thank you for being here, and hope you enjoy listening to another group go through the kind of work you do all the time. So thank you. Amazing. Thank you. All right, we'll go right on to Exhibit G if we could, and I'm going to recuse myself on this one. Thank you, Sarah. Come on up. And Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde will do this one.
Great, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert, Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator, and I'm very happy to bring this agenda item for you today. This should be relatively quick, and I feel it's just a great build on of the conversation we were having yesterday about the importance of working lands, of agricultural lands. And this program that we're talking about here is one that I think is a good implementer of a lot of the values and goals that we were talking about yesterday. So the agenda item that have before you, the approval that you have before you is to make a recommendation to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board to fill a Fish and Wildlife Interest seat on the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission. So this is a commission that is administered by OWEB. The Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program was established in 2017, and its purpose is to support farms and ranches to maintain and enhance agricultural and natural resources. This program does a lot of really great work in succession planning with farmers and ranchers, does a lot of great work with conservation easements and acquisitions to support the sustainability of farms and ranches. So it's a really, really wonderful program. We're very pleased that we get to play a role in the process of establishing and maintaining the commission. So it's a 12-member commission. They are appointed by the OWEB board, but as it says in statute, the Fish and Wildlife Commission makes the recommendation to the OWEB board for 2 of the voting members that have a fish and wildlife interest. You'll recall last time I was before you on this was 2 years ago when you recommended Ed Contreras to serve on the Ag Heritage Commission. These positions, they are 4-year terms, 2-term limits. OWEB runs the public recruitment process for these seats. They advertised the recruitment and encouraged members of the public to submit public interest forms to them. They started that on October 7th, and that ran through November 25th. Through that, they received 3 applications, which they then passed on to ODFW to review. We have an internal staff team that performs that review. It was myself and the Wildlife Division Administrator, the East Region Manager, and the Land Resources Program Manager all met and reviewed these according to a set of criteria related to everything from do they have fish and wildlife and habitat expertise and or background, a demonstrated commitment to conserving working lands and wildlife and or an interest in it, and a number of other criteria just about maybe background in working with boards and commissions. One of our criteria, one of our determining factors is geographic distribution relative to the sitting commission members. One of the stated goals in the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program is that they try to have diverse perspectives at the table and good representation of the different communities and geographies from around the state. And so that was one of the factors that we looked at with our evaluation of these 3 applicants. And so I would say they were all excellent. I mean, they're great, really fortunate when you're in that position, when you're looking at 3 really wonderful folks that are willing to donate their time. Again, talking about volunteer service, 3 really fantastic folks. It turns out the only really determining factor among them was that goal of trying to have good geographic distribution. 2 of the 3 applicants were from Northwest Oregon. And if you look at this map, you can see that there's on the committee, or the commission, there's already this cluster in the Northwest. And one of the applicants was down in Jackson County. So underrepresented in Southwest Oregon on the map. And that really ended up being the reason why we went with our recommendation for you today. And so our recommendation for you is Mark Vargas. Might be a familiar name to some of you. Mark lives in Medford, Oregon. He's a sheep and hay farmer down there in Jackson County. He's also retired ODFW. He was the Rogue Watershed Manager for a long time. So he's got a long history of
fish and wildlife interests, long history of strong partnerships. He's served on a number of boards and committees, still serves on a number of boards and committees, a real volunteer spirit. Demonstrated his interest forum, talked about, the big picture and ability to see that big picture for natural resources. And so with all of those really wonderful qualities that Mark possesses, we think he'd be a great addition to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission, but also that perspective of coming from Southwest Oregon, we think will be a really valuable addition to the commission. And so that's staff's recommendation, happy to take any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Labhart.
So I need to look at the director and our attorney. So I sit on the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission. I also sit on the OWEB board and will be voting on this recommendation. So I should probably recuse myself, or can I go ahead and vote? No. Put you in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Probably ought to recuse myself, or
Like this. This here.
okay, I think I'm gonna recuse from my own ethical, and I think I will also not vote.
All right, any other questions from commissioners online? Nope. All right, I do have one comment, and it is related but not directly related to this. Did you have something you want to say? Just that, yesterday we learned, I think Sarah, was it that 94% of the habitat is on working lands in Oregon?
94% of the priority wildlife connectivity areas that we've recently modeled and mapped occur on resource lands. So that's non-federal land. It's everything from
94%.
farm to forest and in between.
Yeah. And so I think this is great that we are, working to co-appoint another person onto the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. But the little birds that talk in my ear say that we, as Oregon, don't have nearly enough match, especially to federal NRCS dollars, to get a lot of these easements or conservation leases are an option on the ground. And so we spent all day yesterday talking about how we can support working lands. And frankly, we are embarrassingly behind Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, California in getting funding in the pipeline to do this at scale in Oregon. So that's, Sarah, I know you've mentioned to me before that we are able to fund some of this with mitigation dollars in Oregon, but I just want to take this minute to put that word out. So anyway, I think we're ready for a vote. Should we do a voice vote? Motion, you need a motion.
Happy to read the motion. I move to approve the recommendation of Mark Vargas to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board for his appointment to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission as a Fish and Wildlife Habitat member for a 4-year term beginning in January of 2025. Second, no one else can.
Okay, thanks. I'm ahead of myself. We need Mary back.
If you just read it's been moved and seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to, which one?
Yeah.
Approve the recommendation of Mark Vargas to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board for his appointment to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission as a Fish and Wildlife Habitat member for a 4-year term beginning January 2025.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yeah, yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice Chair. Exhibit H, could we have Andrew Sprika come up, please? And Private Forest Accord Grant Coordinator. Prairie County people have to stick together, you know? It's a great spot. And if you'll introduce yourself in case I still don't know how to say your last name quite right.
It's all right. It's not the first or last time I'm happy. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. My name, for the record, is Andy Spurka. I'm the Private Force Accord Grant Coordinator here at ODFW. I'm here today to request an increase in funding for a previously awarded PFA grants project titled Rock Berm Removal and Blue Heron Channel Connection Project along the Bear Creek Corridor. In April of this year, the Commission approved $238,250 in funding for the project. The request today is for an additional $29,000 in funding to be approved due to a change in permitting requirements for the project that was outlined in Attachment 1. The department staff has reached out to the City of Phoenix, who stipulated the new requirements to confirm the request for increased funds was justified, which it was, and the city supported the project. The department staff also discussed the proposed increase with the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Advisory Committee, who also approved of the request prior to this meeting. With that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions? I have one quick one, Andrew. The increase in cost per permit, was this something that's out of the blue and it's likely to, we'll see it again, or was this kind of a one-time thing? What's your take?
It was a one-off for this one.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
we shouldn't see it again.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Then, Commissioners, is there a motion on this one, please, on item H?
So I move to approve the request for $29,000 of funding to increase for the rock berm removal and Blue Heron Channel Connection Project along Bear Creek Corridor as described in Attachment 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the request for a $29,000 funding increase as was just read into the record. Could we have a voice vote on this one, please, Michelle?
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
the fastest one on record, I think.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to item I. And Ken Loffink promised we'd have him at the start and the end for a couple, so go right ahead. Item I, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, again, my name is Ken Loffink. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for Administration. So I have a fairly straightforward exhibit for you today, updating some licensing rules or I guess proposing updates to our licensing rules in regards to service fees. So I will just jump right into it, just have a few slides for you today. So we have in Oregon Administrative Rule 635-010-0012 that prescribes when and how the department shall apply service fees to certain transactions that that customers make with the department. The rule, and I'll paraphrase here, states that the department will charge a $2 shipping and handling fee for the mailing of purchased documents. The existing rule really lacks flexibility, says we will charge, and it doesn't allow for charging more or less in certain instances. I will say that over time, though these don't happen that often, there's times when it just might not be in our best interest to charge those fees. And we've even had staff kind of going above and beyond and drive somewhere to meet someone to give them their documents to avoid charging the fee. And then the last bit I'll mention is since our electronic licensing system went live in 2018, and we have all these self-serve options, the instances in which we have requests for mailing are really low, and we're talking maybe dozens a year. And so when it comes to actual revenues, we're talking hundreds of dollars and maybe less than hundreds of dollars every year for the department. So what we're proposing here today is a simple amendment that essentially eliminates the $2 shipping and handling fee for most purchases. It simply doesn't make a lot of sense business-wise for the department to continue charging that fee. I think for the instances we do get those requests, we can just process those, mail them, and be on our way and eliminate the process. We do in the rule maintain the $2 fee for certain actions. One is the reprinting of hard copy hunting and angling tags. Now these are controlled documents. So let's say you are a paper tagger, you print a controlled hunting tag at home and you lose it. you have to come to an ODFW office or to a point of sale agent to get that reprinted. And so we maintain that $2 fee really so our agents can still receive a $2 fee for doing those services. We also maintain service fees for our landowner preference program. There's a couple different documents in there that require a service fee, and those are described in another rule and Division 75. So we're leaving those in there as is. And then we added one additional line in the rule that provides a little bit of flexibility to charging fees. Let's say there's just some request out there in the future, and I'll be honest, I don't even know what that might be, but thought it would be prudent to give us a little flexibility in the future to charge up to the true cost of shipping if those circumstances arise in the future. Check my notes, see if I missed anything, and I don't think I did. So that's really all I had today. I have a draft motion up on the screen and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing none, could I have a motion on this one, please?
Yeah, I will happily read the motion. I move to approve the amendments to Oregon Administrative Rule 635-010-0012 as set forth in Attachment 3.
You.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendments of Oregon Administrative Rule 635-010-0012 as read into the record. Could we have a voice vote?
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you all. And Ken, could you finish us up for today on
You bet.
our exhibits?
Hi, Chair Wall, Commissioners. For the record, Ken Lopping. I'm Philip, but no singing again. Yeah, please no. All right, I'm here for one last exhibit, which is a preference point reinstatement appeal. This is a little late addition to the agenda. We did receive an appeal on a preference point reinstatement in November per rule, and I'll go over the rules here in the next coming slides. We have 90 days the commission has 90 days to respond to those appeals. And so we technically could have fit it into February, but we decided with the light agenda today, let's go ahead and do it today. And so we're ready for that. So let me give a little bit of background before we jump into the details of this. So we do have rules that allow for preference point reinstatement in certain scenarios. If you remember way back to August, actually updated those rules to be a little more flexible in a couple areas, so that might be fresh on the mind. But those rules, which are noted in OAR 635-060-0046, do allow for controlled hunting preference points to be reinstated if a person meets certain criteria. And I'll say, we are pretty stringent and we hold pretty high regard and standard to meeting the requirement of those rules. We set a pretty high standard and we try to be really consistent. Every time we give a preference point back, it essentially delays or could take away from opportunities the following year for other people. So that's one consideration. And then also, but at the same time, we recognize that things happen. Really, the ultimate goal for all of our customers is that they go out and participate in the hunt or whatever they're trying to participate in and have a great time. But in those cases where they can't, we do have a process in place to allow them to apply for a preference point reinstatement. And I'll just note that ODFW does process hundreds of these annually. And I just say that and to say that this isn't like there's just one that comes in every once in a while. I mean, there are literally hundreds that we process on an annual basis. Reference the rules. It's pretty straightforward operation most of the time. So excuse the long text here, but I wanted to, I know the rules are in your packet, but this is really the key point, a key for the commission and for this presentation is the rules are very prescriptive in the scenarios in which a person may be eligible for a preference point reinstatement. So I'll read a couple key statements. So the director may reinstate preference points of a person who the director determines did not or will not participate in a controlled hunt because of circumstances beyond the person's control or tragic personal circumstances. So we've defined in rule circumstances beyond the person's control and tragic personal circumstances below. I won't read all those. The definitions are in your commission packet. But we're, again, pretty prescriptive in the scenarios in which a person may apply and then be granted a preference point reinstatement. It really is only those two categories. Further, for the commission, the provision that I guess led us here today is if the director decides the person does not qualify for reinstatement, the person may appeal the decision to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and all appeals to the commission must be made in writing within 30 days of the director's decision. And like I said, we have 90 days to bring it in front of you. So we've met all those, and I'll now just dive into the specifics of this scenario. So we have Stephen Russell we'll just refer to as applicant from here on out. Successfully drew a 100 series buck tag 169A with active season dates of 10/5 through 10/16 for this year. And the applicant also successfully drew a 200 series elk tag 249R1. And that's a Ukiah bow tag with active season dates of August 30th through September 28th in 2024. The applicant submitted a point reinstatement request to ODFW on September 25th of this year. And per the request, the applicant hunted 2 days during the Ukiah bow hunt 249R1, and then was unfortunately injured after returning to camp on the morning of the third day. In the applicant's reinstatement request, the applicant did provide evidence certified by a physician that an injury did occur that rendered the applicant unable to continue in the hunt 249R1, and then also unable to participate in the 100 series buck hunt 169A. So based on the information provided, the director approved the point reinstatement for controlled 100 series buck deer as the applicant was unable to participate in that hunt and met the definition of tragic personal circumstances as referenced in rule. But the director denied the point reinstatement for controlled 200 series elk due to the determination that the applicant was able to hunt during that hunt period. Now, it's unfortunate that they weren't able to complete their hunt, but the key facts are in the reinstatement request, the applicant did say they hunted 2 days and then the morning of a third. And again, reference back to the rules that we're reviewing when we review these statements, back to 2A in the rule, the director may reinstate the preference points of a person who the director determines did not or will not participate in a controlled hunt. So further timeline of events here, the department notified the applicant of our decision on November 7th. The department received a written appeal from the applicant requesting the commission review and reconsider the director's decision regarding the controlled hunt series 200 elk tag. And today the commission has determined whether or not the applicant qualifies for point reinstatement per the requirements of rule. Staff recommends that the commission deny the appeal and uphold the director's decision regarding elk preference point reinstatement for Stephen Russell. And I have a draft motion up there for you to consider, and then I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Lappert.
So Ken, the key point is in section 2 where it says the director determines that they did not or will not hunt. And because they hunted 2 days, that doesn't meet the definition, even though they didn't complete the hunt that they wanted to. It doesn't say or partial. It does say, quote, did not or will not hunt. That is the meat of this issue. Is that correct?
Commissioner Lappert, Chair Wall, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to comment. I bet this was not an easy discussion when you had it because it's close and it's always hard to deny people. I do appreciate the consistency that you have applied to this one. So seeing no further questions. Commissioner King, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Thank you, Chair Wall. I would just follow on with that. I think it's important to note that you did reinstate the hunt that he was not able to perform. So, so I think, that there clearly was thoughtful. And it clearly, they did try to accommodate our director, I shouldn't say they. And it's unfortunate that he was hurt during a hunt. But the thing is, as you said, the rule that we have is that he hunted. So it doesn't give too much wiggle room from, at least as I'm reading and understanding.
Is there a motion then, commissioners, for this one, please?
I move to deny the appeal by Stephen D. Russell for reinstatement health preference points, as we have determined Stephen D. Russell participated in the Hunt 249 R1.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to deny the appeal by Stephen D. Russell for a reinstatement of elk preference points. This was read into the record. Could we have a voice vote on this one, Michelle, please?
Belbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
DeFreeze,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde, Wall.
Yes, thank you. Motion carries. And
Thank you.
thank you, Ken. Commissioners, with your indulgence, I'm going to read into the record what we need for executive session, and then we will break for that and lunch. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will meet in executive session. The executive session is held pursuant to ORS 1926602F and ORS 1926622H, which allow the commission to meet in executive session to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection and to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed or likely to be filed against the commission. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. So we will adjourn the meeting now, go into executive session, and then come back into session to finally adjourn the meeting. And I'd like to thank the ODF&W staff who sat through this whole meeting, and hopefully it was at least of some use to you. So thank you. All right, we're adjourned for this part.